2.0 marks a new beginning. We hope all players with creative ideas are able to become game developers.
We will continue working on this mutually beneficial ecosystem so that all outstanding creators are well compensated. May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder.
May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder. Thank you.
The first Ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote to help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
Finding it hard to fight back against enemies? Is reloading not realistic enough? Is it affecting your battle experience? Does your motorcycle have a busted tire? Did you reach Conqueror tier and have nothing else to do? If any of these are relatable, then don't miss this video. Let's check out the various upgrades in PUBG Mobile v4.0. This version introduces a brand new weapon, the Mortar. It uses a special explosive ammo and deals tons of damage to enemies. It's great at applying pressure. The Mortar has two firing modes. Quick Strike mode lets you aim directly at enemies. Precise Target mode lets you strike areas beyond your field of view for amazing long-range coverage. Whether it's fighting back or providing long-range support, the Mortar is an excellent tactical choice. We have also revamped reloading to provide even greater realism. To put it simply, if you reload your weapon before it's empty, you'll keep a round in the chamber. So after reloading, that means you'll have an extra shot available to you. We've also improved the idle and reload animations for empty pistols to keep you more immersed. We've added crosshair style switching for the 4X scope. You can easily switch between them as you like. May you never miss your shots again. Now, when you burst your motorcycle's tire, you can easily swap it out for a new one. We've also improved the stability of mounted firing on two-wheel vehicles. Ride smoothly and fire with more precision than ever. Boats also get an upgrade. They travel through the water much smoother than before. Enjoy the improved naval warfare. These vehicle updates are sure to make matches even more exciting. Apart from battle-related improvements, Erangel's Lipovka has a new relaxation area. Take a break from the fighting and come here to gear up with supplies. Or relax for a bit on the swings and Ferris wheel. Get comfy on the battleground. C9S26 is here. Check out the new Ace-exclusive Path of Honor and rewards. We've improved tier objectives and added rewards for reaching the highest tier in the previous season. New legendary firearm is here. Challenge the brand new firearm combat power system. Your glorious journey begins. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. That's a brief overview of V4.0's classic mode updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. On this dreary night, Wraithmore Mansion is draped in shadow. Somewhere in the corridor, a ghostly figure looms. Watch out! Your every move could startle the area's long-term residents awake. PUBG Mobile's new Spooky Soiree version is now available. Here's a quick run-through of V4.0's themed mode and all the specialty gameplay it has to offer. In Spooky Soiree, you can pick up skill items that infuse Ghosty with ghostly powers. However, you can only equip up to one main skill and 2 passive skills at a time. If you prefer to fight over supplies, you should choose skills that boost your offense and survival. The first skill is Floating Balloon, which lets you fly for a brief period. It's really effective for repositioning or moving to support teammates. Scan is a skill that provides a lot of enemy intel. The Heal and Armorer passive skills allow you to battle to your heart's content without a worry. If you value survival and fun above all, go with Guardian Shield, which provides cover that you can bring anywhere. It also knocks back approaching enemies. Passive skills Boost and Ghost Helm greatly increase your sprinting speed and defense respectively, allowing you to loot your way across the map swiftly and efficiently. If you get defeated in a match and become a Prankster Go, skills you gain: Bomb, Scan, and Shield, to give your teammates more opportunities. Keep in mind that these skills will gradually become available on different maps at different times. Choose whatever fits your playstyle. This mode has 2 main theme areas, Wraithmore Mansion and the Rock Review. Head straight for Wraithmore Mansion if you love battles. Open ghost crates to expose the locations of all nearby enemies. Speaking of supplies, there's a magic mirror on the first floor with tons of treasures sealed inside, making it a highly contested target. If you'd rather explore the new version in peace, head for the haunted residential area, where the scaredy ghosts gather to avoid intense confrontations. This update introduces a new vehicle, the Magic Broom. It seats 2 players and has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of V4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Get to know version 4.0 in 3 minutes. No treats? Then beware of tricks. The new Spooky Soiree version is here. Let's check out what's new. This version's themed gameplay will be available on Erangel, Livik, and Rondo. The main themed area is Wraithmore Mansion. Also, 2 performing dead concerts will take place on the map. Wraithmore Mansion contains tons of interactive content, including the Soulbind Mirror, Scaredy Ghosts, Phantom Treasure, and more for you to discover. This version's ghost gameplay consists of Ghosty, a ghost who accompanies you throughout the match, and Prankster Ghosts, which you become if you get knocked out. Ghosty has main and passive skills. Main skill, Floating Balloon. Passive skill, Boost. Passive skill, Ghost Helm. Passive skill, Armorer. Passive skill, Scan. Main skill, Guardian Shield. Passive skill, Heal. Prankster Ghosts allow players who get eliminated to turn into ghosts for a short time and use skills to disrupt the match. Spook, Bomb, and Shield. The themed vehicle this time is a magic broom. And there are tons more mysterious gameplay and collabs with famous celebs for you to look forward to. Doesn't pranking sound more fun than haunting? Have a spooktacular Spooky Soiree. In this version, you'll also get the chance to play a new thrilling pursuit and escape game mode, Unfail. In this mode, you'll either join the survivors or become the predator, and experience the thrilling battle between them that ensues. It really gets your heart rate up, so beware unless you're bold. In Classic mode, Erangel's Lipovka has been updated. There's a new mortar weapon, realistic reloading mechanics, and pistol idle animations. What's more, Cycle 9 Season 26 begins on September 11th, along with the new firearm combat power system, Path of Glory, and Weekend Joy. Home will introduce the new Lunar Castle style. a treasure hunt minigame, home competition, and home-style voting event. Perhaps most exciting of all is that World of Wonder 1.0 is officially here, bringing full creator access to all players. Also included are the new World of Wonder Pass and World of Wonder gifts in an effort to create a win-win ecosystem. Metro Royale Chapter 28 has begun, and you can now challenge your friends to a 1v1. We've also added Ghost Crates, and that's not all. Version 4.0 still has more gameplay on the way, so stay tuned for future in-game announcements. See you next time. Get to know version 4.0 in 3 minutes. No treats? Then beware of tricks. The new spooky soiree version is here. Let's check out what's new. This version's themed gameplay will be available on Erangel, Livik, and Rondo. The main themed area is Wraithmore Mansion. Also, 2 performing dead concerts will take place on the map. Wraithmore Mansion contains tons of interactive content, including the Soulbind Mirror, Scaredy Ghosts, Phantom Treasure, and more for you to discover. This version's ghost gameplay consists of Ghosty, a ghost who accompanies you throughout the match, and Prankster Ghosts, which you become if you get knocked out. Ghosty has main and passive skills. Main skill, Floating Balloon. Passive skill, Boost. Passive skill, Ghost Helm. Passive skill, Armorer. Passive skill, Scan. Main skill, Guardian Shield. Passive skill, Heal. Prankster Ghosts allow players who get eliminated to turn into ghosts for a short time and use skills to disrupt the match. Spook, Bomb, and Shield. The themed vehicle this time is a magic broom. And there are tons more mysterious gameplay and collabs with famous celebs for you to look forward to. Doesn't pranking sound more fun than haunting? Have a spooktacular spooky soiree. In this version, you'll also get the chance to play a new thrilling pursuit and escape game mode, Unfail. In this mode, you'll either join the survivors or become the predator, and experience the thrilling battle between them that ensues. It really gets your heart rate up, so beware unless you're bold. In Classic mode, Erangel's Lipovka has been updated. There's a new mortar weapon, realistic reloading mechanics, and pistol idle animations. What's more, Cycle 9 Season 26 begins on September 11th, along with the new firearm combat power system, Path of Glory, and Weekend Joy. Home will introduce the new Lunar Castle style, a treasure hunt minigame, home competition, and home-style voting event. Perhaps most exciting of all is that World of Wonder 1.0 is officially here, bringing full creator access to all players. Also included are the new World of Wonder Pass and World of Wonder gifts in an effort to create a win-win ecosystem. Metro Royale Chapter 28 has begun, and you can now challenge your friends to a 1v1. We've also added Ghost Crates. And that's not all. Version 4.0 still has more gameplay on the way, so stay tuned for future in-game announcements. See you next time.
Reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. Hi everyone, I'm XL. The two most frequently asked questions I've received have been when World of Wonder would release after having been in beta for so long, and when we'd grant full creator access to players so they could realize their unique ideas. Today, I've come with the answers that everyone has been waiting for. I'm happy to announce that World of Wonder 1.0 officially launches in the next version. In World of Wonder 1.0 will significantly boost creator access, letting more players join in creating. Of course, we've also prepared plenty of rewards. World of Wonder cash incentives have increased yet again, reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. In 2025, we anticipate over 100,000 creators receiving incentive earnings. WoW currently boasts over 4.4 million maps. WoW maps have hosted over 33 billion matches. World of Wonder has over 1,000 dedicated influencers, bringing its maps over 1 billion views per version. If you'd like to become a WoW ambassador as well, you can join the Next Star program for smaller influencers for a chance to win a share of the $6 million cash prize pool. Some creators may wonder, my creation skills aren't really up to par right now. Will I still get the chance to receive earnings? Rest assured, everyone has a chance in the World of Wonder incentive program. Every step of the creation process counts. A lot of rookies tell me, XL, I don't know how to take the first step, or I lack inspiration. How do I even start? In World of Wonder 1.0, we'll gradually make the Smart Assistant feature more widely available. When you don't know how to get started or lack inspiration, you can turn to the Smart Assistant for help. Some creators wonder, World of Wonder looks difficult, and I know nothing about coding. Does this mean my maps will never turn out good? Here, I'd like to recommend our visual programming tool. Through simple configurations and logical calculations, you can design something truly unique without knowing anything about coding. It's sure to take your abilities to the next level. World of Wonder is also an open ecosystem that connects players around the world. For example, we're working with the Prime Minister's Office of Pakistan and collaborating with over 50 global universities to help students gain professional game development skills while discovering new career paths. We are also working with the United Nations to promote environmental and public welfare awareness. We welcome global brands, artists, celebrities, influencers, and map creators of all kinds to join the World of Wonder ecosystem. If you're interested in collaborating with World of Wonder or have any suggestions for us, feel free to contact us through official customer service.
Hi everyone, I'm JY. Now that World of Wonder 1.0 has launched, we intend to work with everyone to establish a mutually beneficial ecosystem for the mode. Players often complain that World of Wonder lacks challenges and rewards. In order to meet everyone's expectations, we're introducing the World Pass system in World of Wonder 1.0. By playing World of Wonder content and completing missions, players can earn points and get tons of rewards for free. Upgrading the pass also unlocks lots of customizations and exclusive perks. A certain portion of the earnings we receive from the pass will be invested into the World of Wonder incentive program, increasing our cash prize pool to give back to each contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem. At the same time, we hope every talented creator's fantastic ideas will be worthy of praise and attention. In World of Wonder 1.0, the new gifting system builds a bridge between creators and players. Fans can gift special World of Wonder gifts to instantly give the creator a like for their creativity. These gifts increase creativity points, which can be used to unlock even cooler custom appearances and are displayed on the creativity points ranking. top creators on the ranking stand to receive tons of cash rewards. All in-game cash earnings will be stored in the co-creation wallet for clarity and transparency. We've added a strict identity verification process to ensure the security of every transaction. We support withdrawals in the vast majority of countries and regions worldwide, allowing you to turn your creations into real-life earnings, no matter where you're located. World of Wonder 1.0 marks a new beginning. We hope all players with creative ideas are able to become game developers.
We will continue working on this mutually beneficial ecosystem so that all outstanding creators are well compensated. May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder.
May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder. Thank you.
The first Ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote to help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
Finding it hard to fight back against enemies? Is reloading not realistic enough? Is it affecting your battle experience? Does your motorcycle have a busted tire? Did you reach Conqueror tier and have nothing else to do? If any of these are relatable, then don't miss this video. Let's check out the various upgrades in PUBG Mobile v4.0. This version introduces a brand new weapon, the Mortar. It uses a special explosive ammo and deals tons of damage to enemies. It's great at applying pressure. The Mortar has two firing modes. Quick Strike mode lets you aim directly at enemies. Precise Target mode lets you strike areas beyond your field of view for amazing long-range coverage. Whether it's fighting back or providing long-range support, the Mortar is an excellent tactical choice. We have also revamped reloading to provide even greater realism. To put it simply, if you reload your weapon before it's empty, you'll keep a round in the chamber. So after reloading, that means you'll have an extra shot available to you. We've also improved the idle and reload animations for empty pistols to keep you more immersed than ever. We've added crosshair style switching for the 4X scope. You can easily switch between them as you like. May you never miss your shots again. Now, when you burst your motorcycle's tire, you can easily swap it out for a new one. We've also improved the stability of mounted firing on two-wheel vehicles. Ride smoothly and fire with more precision than ever. Boats also get an upgrade. They travel through the water much smoother than before. Enjoy the improved naval warfare. These vehicle updates are sure to make matches even more exciting. Apart from battle-related improvements, Erangel's Lipovka has a new relaxation area. Take a break from the fighting and come here to gear up with supplies. Or relax for a bit on the swings and Ferris wheel. Get comfy on the battleground. C9S26 is here. Check out the new Ace exclusive Path of Honor and rewards. We've improved tier objectives and added rewards for reaching the highest tier in the previous season. New legendary firearm is here. Challenge the brand new firearm combat power system. Your glorious journey begins. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. That's a brief overview of V4.0's classic mode updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. On this dreary night, Wraithmore Mansion is draped in shadow. Somewhere in the corridor, a ghostly figure looms. Watch out! Your every move could startle the area's long-term residents awake. PUBG Mobile's new Spooky Soirée version is now available. Here's a quick run-through of V4.0's themed mode and all the specialty gameplay it has to offer. In Spooky Soirée, you can pick up skill items that infuse Ghosty with ghostly powers. However, you can only equip up to 1 main skill and 2 passive skills at a time. If you prefer to fight over supplies, you should choose skills that boost your offense and survival. The first skill is Floating Balloon, which lets you fly for a brief period. It's really effective for repositioning or moving to support teammates. Scan is a skill that provides a lot of enemy intel. The Heal and Armorer passive skills allow you to battle to your heart's content without a worry. If you value survival and fun above all, go with Guardian Shield, which provides cover that you can bring anywhere. It also knocks back approaching enemies. Passive skills Boost and Ghost Helm greatly increase your sprinting speed and defense respectively, allowing you to loot your way across the map swiftly and efficiently. If you get defeated in a match and become a prankster ghost, don't fret. Take advantage of the special skills you gain, Bomb, Scan, and Shield, to give your teammates more opportunities. Keep in mind that these skills will gradually become available on different maps at different times. Choose whatever fits your playstyle. This mode has 2 main theme areas, Wraithmore Mansion and the Rock Review. Head straight for Wraithmore Mansion if you love battles. Open ghost crates to expose the locations of all nearby enemies. Speaking of supplies, there's a magic mirror on the first floor with tons of treasures sealed inside, making it a highly contested target. If you'd rather explore the new version in peace, head for the haunted residential area, where the scaredy ghosts gather to avoid intense confrontations. This update introduces a new vehicle, the Magic Broom. It seats 2 players and has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of V4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMCL Super Weekend Week 1. And after a grueling long week of action in the group stages, these teams have finally qualified, and we've got our top 16. My name is Contra. Alongside me is Queen Telio. Great to actually see you once again. I mean, it's been a while. So, you've been casting some of the action from yesterday. Could you fill us in on what went on throughout the group stages?
Yeah, actually, it was during the first day that I casted, but I think it's just the same old story we're in. We have one team that is actually dominating, and as expected, it's actually YG or Young and Galacticos, which is very much expected given the fact that they are the current World Championships. But anyway, before anything else, this event would not be possible without Techno, which is our sponsor for this event. The Techno Pova 7 Ultra 5G is the phone that's for you, and it's actually built for winners.
Absolutely, as they provide us with a great display with the AMOLED screen as well as playing time with their battery life, and you can even charge wirelessly as well. So make sure you get your hands on it in the nearest Techno store, or even if you guys are feeling a little lazy, you can check it out online and maybe order it from there. So that being said, though, like overall, I think like it's still a very healthy scene. We see a lot of new names coming into this season, and we're already getting them qualified into the Super Weekend already. That's what I'm really ecstatic about. I don't think it's just one team running the show, being the EWC champions. And you know what? You guys can also enjoy the brand new version 0.0 update, and we guarantee you it's super smooth. And because we've already optimized it so much so that you guys won't have problems with the frame rates that anymore. If you have too much lag, the device overheating, or your consumption of power, version 4.0 is sure to put an end to all of your concerns.
Right, and of course, we also have the new event, which is the PUBG Mobile version 4.0 Spooky Soiree. It's actually already released. Get ready for new gameplay and epic IP collaborations that has already been unlocked. So I've actually been playing this for, I think, a couple of days now. So big surprises are dropping this September and October, so don't miss out and stay tuned for more spooky fun. And of course, we also have the upcoming collaboration with G-Dragon, and it's dropping this September. So for PUBG Mobile, it's dropping this September 19th. So make sure to check this one out.
That's right. It's a lot of cool stuff happening here in PUBG Mobile. So if you guys want to, of course, go in and get yourself some GD merch, this is the best time to do so. That is the group stages that has been done and dusted. And of course, if you guys are brand new to the circuit, welcome on board, as these teams were separated into respective groups to play the 16 matches. And then we find ourselves the top 16 to play through this Super Weekend. Said though, in the finals, we'll be locking in another 16 teams. So today, as well as tomorrow, is where these teams will be farming all the points. And tomorrow as well, on the Sunday run, that's where we're implementing Smash rules so that these teams get a little more custom.
Yes, exactly. And now we are currently in the Super Weekend Day 1, so meaning to say that whoever ends up in the top spot for today will be setting the match point for tomorrow, wherein we will just be adding 10 points for their final scores for today. This is basically how they earn the league ranking points that they will be needing in order for them to qualify for the grand final. So it's very important for the teams to make sure that they always qualify for the Super Weekend. As for the prize pool distribution, we have a prize pool of $40,000 US, wherein currently we are in the league stages. Whoever gets to the top spot will take home 2,400 USD, followed by $1,600, $200. Top 4 gets $800. 58th spot gets $600. 9 to 12 gets $400. 13 to 16th spot gets $200, and 17 to 20th gets $100.
That's a little incentive for those who qualify into the top 16. And of course, the higher they plays, the better the prize money gets for all the teams out there. And of course, for those of you guys who's been wondering who exactly is playing this weekend, look no further on than on the screen. Yangon Galacticos have been super consistent. They've been able to really lock in ever since, day 2 onwards. They've been able to really achieve all that results. Burmese Goals, Asja, INXV, MSI, GG, Hyra, KHI, and many more of the names are right now present for today. I think it is definitely gonna be heated up on what is being offered through the rounds. And this brand new season's been really exciting. I think globally as well, we're starting to introduce Rondo in some of all these matches. But then again, in the PMCL, it's been 4 rounds back to back in Erangel so that these teams can play it steadily.
Yes, definitely. So during the first day we actually played in Rondo, it was very, very different from what we are accustomed to, because there's a recall system in the Rondo map. But I think there were a couple technical issues, which is why they have decided to go back to the Erangel map. And we are seeing right now, we'll be playing 4 matches of Erangel, which is what we usually call the classic map, since everyone actually plays their classic matches here. And then we'll have 2 matches in Miramar. It's actually very interesting because the first map, normally it's a warm-up for the players, but given the fact that this is the Erangel map, basically this is where we can measure consistency and see whether the teams have actually prepared, especially for their dropping points, if they have other teams surrounding the dropping points that they have.
Yeah, that's a really good notion as well, because when you mentioned that, now that they're out of the group stages, perhaps there might just be some points of contest as well moving into Erangel. So they need to really settle some disputes if that's going to be the case, since now all the groups kind of merge right into one. So we'll have to find out. We'll be jumping in a couple more minutes, so do stay tuned. Don't go too far from this channel because we are bringing you the first game out of this weekend.
All right, so as you guys can see, we are now getting ready for the first map, which is going to be in the map of Erangel. So not quite sure as to whether Ronda will be brought back in the next week, but for now, we are going to open the first game in the classic map. So it's actually very exciting because we can see a lot of teams really bringing their A game into this map, probably because everyone is basically familiar with this map. Everyone knows this like the back of their hands, which is what makes it difficult as well because everyone else has the same knowledge when it comes to the Erangel map.
That's right, and overall, this actually keeps things pretty much steady without them having that curveball of Rondo. So I would say that at least they do have good notions throughout the week to have enough data to study the rest of the pack, and I'm just excited to see what will be offered here in the first matchup here in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia.
And we are now into the first game, Super Weekend, Day 1, Match 1. And again, this map is brought to you by Techno. So as you can see, based on the playing path that we have right now, we are starting off in the northern portion of the map, which is near the Stalber perimeter, and it's ending in the Primors area. Pretty good playing path if you ask me, because basically it's right in the middle of our map. So right now we're basically just waiting to see if our teams will have the same dropping points or if they will be sticking to their respective dropping points. So in the previous days, we've seen early engagements based on the dropping points and playing paths of the team. So let's see as to whether that is the same thing that's going to be happening for the first.
Yeah, this is just the plethora of options on the table right now, and I think that certain teams are bound to meet because of this trajectory where if teams were to look for a stretch into the islands, it will also be a little bit of a tough ordeal as well. But then again, we'll have to see what the first phase of the zone actually offers us. For the moment, we can definitely spot out there's plenty of teams around that school section. Asia Esports, Corby's goals are around that vicinity, and with this zone actually appearing towards the far end of Milta, this is definitely going to be a race for that quarter map.
Definitely. And I think during the first day, if I remember correctly, it was actually MSI and Ostra that was in this specific dropping point. But right now in the Pachinki area, it's actually MSI that we are seeing at the moment. Looks like Ostra has decided to take a different dropping spot this time, which is actually beneficial for both teams because in the previous days or games, I've seen them lose some of their players at the early stage. Right now, as you can see, we can observe Max Yu staying in the medium area. This is near the shelter perimeter right now. So it looks like everyone is still very chill, and we're not really seeing any sort of engagement as of the very moment. But just like what you have mentioned, since our play zone is in the eastern portion of the map, looks like everyone needs to loot very quickly and get inside of the safe zone as early as they can.
That's right. Since it is still the first phase, teams could also opt to come in a little rather late if they were not in an ideal position as well. So that can actually allow them even more space where teams have already traversed across those terrains. If we take a look at the names, of course, listed out there, Yangon Galacticos, hot favorites to, of course, win it all since they were the Esports World Cup champions. But
Mm-hmm.
now in this first game, I'm not too sure whether or not if they would have a smooth journey in because they usually drop into the south side of Georgia Pole and they are relatively far from this current zone. So I
Mm-hmm.
wonder what exactly will be the approach. Whereas a lot of all these early rotation coming from the side of NX, I really like this move because if they were desperate to move into the zone, they don't need to worry about taking those bridges and maybe get
Mm-hmm.
locked out, right? They could just look for maybe boats or even cut across into Milta Power if ever the case. So we'll have to see what some of all these major decisions will be for these teams.
Definitely. And well, right now looks like it's still very quiet. Though there are a couple of teams have already decided to get a spot inside the zone right now. And to your point, it's actually a very smart move in order for them to make sure that it's not going to be very difficult for them, and they will not be gate kept. Because to your point, normally players are actually fond of waiting it out in the bridge area,
Mhm.
so it's quite difficult for some of them to actually cross. But right now we can see a possible engagement, or I'm not quite sure as to whether these are two different teams, but oh no, looks like they're from the same team. So we have CTS right here, and looks like they are now getting ready to cross the bridge, because looks like a lot of them are anticipating that it might end up in the southern portion right now, but looks like they have decided to change their mind. Instead of taking the bridge, looks like they are taking a different route. So I guess we'll have to wait and see as to whether they will come across another team. But I can see time to quick in the 12 houses areas. Let's see if they will have an early engagement.
Yeah, that's gonna be a little bit of a tough fight for the members of TTQ if they were to really look to crash into the compound, but thankfully not. Understandably so as well, because the members of TTQ is kind of dispersed into two different locations at the moment.
Mm. Ooh.
And with the monster truck, maybe it gives them a little bit of that edge to really play a little bit more aggressively. Speaking of aggression, it's gonna be Infa having Lion being caught out. Team Max looking to prey upon them as Sai over onto the other sector is trying to see if he could retrieve his teammates. All the smoke's now being set up from the side of Team Max, and they're definitely looking for a firm push.
Definitely. And right now, as you can see, we have Lion that is currently being revived by his teammate. For whatever reason, one player from Max has decided to leave the perimeter, probably looking for a different angle in order for them to effectively penetrate the defense of Infamous right here. So we still have Coronite getting ready with that nade. As you can see, he's now getting ready to throw it towards Claude. Claude, on the other hand, is just getting ready with his shotgun. So the rest of the squads of Infa are still, well, as you can see, it looks like they have already revived and have reset. Coronite, on the other hand, is already down. Tracy goes down as well, meaning to say that we only have two players left on the side of Max. I actually saw MSI right around the corner, so it looks like there's a third-party situation going on right now.
Yeah, this is such a tough spot to be for Team Max. I mean, they were the ones aggressing, and right now they gotta prioritize their safety first and foremost. Good traits as well coming from the side of INF, where they've been able to drop some hefty nades. And you talked about MSI, they're routing scene with Pretzel, securing it instantaneously. Now Pretzel's gonna be looking for that big nade up against Iter X. Is he gonna be able to line it? It does seem that he will be able to lob it to chip some damage, but not quite just there yet. So I say it's just going to be able to push right through, going for another revive, while Pretzel kind of helps him out in the process as he drops in the Molotov. There's not many room for him to actually play this out, but Pretzel finds that tight angle, and he will be able to trade right back or as we go, as Atarax barely has enough room to actually squeeze things out, and MSI will deplete the entirety of Team Max.
Ooh, as you can see, that was a very early mission for Team Max, and that was mainly because of that third party situation because of MSI. So right now, looks like we have one player that was able to escape, and that is Forsaken. But unfortunately, there's another team right around the corner, so looks like he is not safe after all. We have Key Sports here, on the other hand, has spotted our time to quick, and as you can see, we have Blanks getting ready with those bullets. But unfortunately, looks like time to quick is just getting set up here in the Milta area. So Key Esports is just basically guarding the bridge and also trying to get a good look or good angle at the Milta area. So right now, looks like time to quick is just getting ready in any case that Key decides to move near their perimeter. So looks like Key might be in a difficult spot right now, as we have NX that was able to successfully cross the bridge after all.
I really do like the tempo that these teams are really playing on. Everyone's really finding that priority into booking all these prime spots around Milta. And now NX is going to have a little bit of trouble. I mean, they've lost Joji very early on. So you can see that Cute Loki is just trying to find a little bit more of a safer approach to really find an alternative spot. Whereas, take a look at that zone. I mean, we've seen so much of the body of water, and now it further confirms it that it will be inside of the mainland. There's a lot of open space in Mansion as well, Shelter, which is rather surprising, where a lot of teams have predicted it to be inside of Milta itself. So now moving out will be a trouble for these teams.
Mhm. Right. And as you can see, we have YG that's going for that late entry. Not to be something that we expected from them, but obviously looks like they're just getting ready for the upcoming battles. Anyway, looks like all of their loots are prepared for. We have CTS still going for that car play. Looks like they still haven't found the right spot for them. Time to quick miracle here. Getting ready with a CQC battle against Osja. So we have Top that's currently getting pinned down, but it's actually Miracle that goes down. Looks like he was not able to anticipate that Top was ready after all. So looks like we have one elimination on the side of Time to Quick, but we can see the other players now getting ready to push as well. But Gus was able to take those bullets coming from the shotgun of our players right here. So looks like Time to Quick is now eliminated as well.
That was just a beautiful swing coming from Top. He always finds those perfect angles. And inside of that tin little shack, there's only so much space for the members of TTQ to really work with. So they all got funneled into that doorway, while the rest of MSI, they heard all that noise, they want in. Player smokes, being dropped right through, but that grenade was beautiful. It hits right through. And MSI currently in trouble. It's going to be CTS to try to steal away some pointers from the outskirts instead. CTS bring on their enemies, while also Esports sees this as another opportunity to shut down another squad right across.
Right. We have noticed the aggression of MSI. Looks like they're really making sure that they can farm as much points as they can through the elimination points. Unfortunately, that aggression did not pan out well for them, as we have CTS right behind them. So they're currently being sandwiched in the middle. As you can see, this is a very tight spot for MSI right here. We only have two players left. They're now currently going up against Osjine. We have CTS that's making sure that they get that perfect angle in order for them to damage these players. Unfortunately, range goes down as well, meaning to say that we're only left with Monboy right here, and looks like it's going to be very difficult for him to get out of this situation.
Yeah, there's barely any space for him to squeeze, and you saw how many of all these deflates actually connecting coming from inside of Osja, and it doesn't make matters any better with CTS coming from back, but he does trade though. Monboy, if he gets those isolation, this would be great. A7 support now pushing right through. He does actually get a glimpse, but not quite enough to actually do too much. Asha Esports looking to shut them down, but it's really so tough. Monboy with a jump shot, but not enough to take out Fern.
Ooh, that was really tough for MSI, but looks like they were able to secure 6 elimination points after all. I saw Monboy make that he was gonna eliminate support right there, and so we are one man out. on the side of Austria. We can see other teams nearby as well, so they have to reset very quickly based on the map that we can see right now. We have a lot of teams coming from outside of the zone going in, so they have to be extra careful, especially those that are already right inside, because most probably those other teams will make sure that they can get their spot. And right now, looks like GOA was not prepared, that Key Esports was guarding that perimeter right there, and so we have one player down and ultimately eliminated on the side of GOA.
Mix now tries to hold down the line. GOA having a very tough time to really breach right across. They do have a couple of vehicles, including the hovercraft, if they really want to plot another attack. Meanwhile, LS spots somebody over onto the outskirts of the Milta shores. He's trying to really flush them away at the very same time. So big decisions made here by GOA as they try to traverse right across to try to avoid a little bit of those tough angles. And they've been able to really steer clear away from danger by doing so. Makes he's only got so much bullet to try to deplete them inside of these wheels. And just like GOA just seem to be risk averse. And that's pretty much a smart move for them to journey further towards the north where there's still ample space for these teams to play out. Now we move over to the side of Shelter Grounds, and it's for the NXS to be noisy neighbors with the rest of Hyra. And they're being very proactive. There's a lot of poking and prodding in between, but Superboy hopes to change that with those death lays being thrown right through. It does connect towards the side of Rujin, so he will have to fall back.
Ooh, unfortunately, that wasn't a good move on the side of Hyra right here. As you can see, Ryujin now currently down for the count, and looks like he is now eliminated. The other players of Hyra is also making sure that they can get a better angle. We can see one player here, which is Hash, but unfortunately, YG is just right around the corner. But moving on to this side, looks like even though GOA was able to get away from Key Esports, we have another team right here, which is CTS, that has been staying in this house right here. Looks like they were able to eliminate two people guarding this house, and even though Pacquiao is currently knocked out, looks like they still had a lot of time to actually reset. But here on this other side, we still have the remaining players of CTS going up against Austria right here. Top goes down. Demius made sure to eliminate him right away in order for him to convert that into one elimination point. But so far, looks like we have other players of Austria getting stuck, because we also have GG on the other side. So Fern is unable to actually back his teammates up.
Yeah, looking at the mini-map, these teams absolutely got trolled, right? Earlier, we saw so many teams planted inside Milta, and they saw, like, hey, that earlier circle actually shows that it's a little bit more northern side, and now they have to pull back into the city. Then that just caused quite a stir from all across the field. Back and forth nades, and now they finally decide to actually push right through. Beautiful catch coming from Superboy, but not quite enough with so little HP. It's clutch coming from Capo as they do survive and they take out NX. YG though, they've just arrived to the scene and they're here to prey upon the weakened side of the fallen members. But still, there's some retaliation coming from the hillside, so Yangon Galacticos is just gonna leave Hyra alone for the moment.
You can see we already have a couple of teams getting eliminated. Austria has been eliminated by that last player from Infamous earlier, and then that last player, Awaken, was actually eliminated by Key Esports. As you can see, we have a lot of third-party situations going on at the moment. Right now, that's just one nade, and two players got knocked out because of that, courtesy of SBD Starboy. So is now trying to go for that push and trying to pressure Starboy at the same time. But we have one player right here, which is YOLO. He's just waiting for that perfect opportunity. And is also at the same time trying to be very careful, because he knows that YG is also just right around the corner. Looks like the rest of the players of WIOF was able to heal up after all. Whereas Starboy is left here all alone trying to guard his life, because a lot of teams are actually surrounding him right now.
Oh, he did manage to go for the 180 flank, and he still catches one. He's got ridiculous work rate, and he's gonna be looking for more, but he's running out of bullets on that shotgun shell. And WIOF still managed to claim that Sorbor right there. Yangon Galacticos not too far off from the hillside. I think they're also looking towards reaching this area. SBD, though, having Timo to hold it down by himself. He's going to remain elusive, but not for long. He catches Sin off guard and tries to step out of the line. And now Timo got to make some decisions here as he tries to pin out the rest of WIOF on the trajectory to run out of that area, since this is not in the zone just yet. So Timo might just be able to do it, not quite hitting the mark onto that UAZ.
Right, and as you can see, they're currently outside of the zone right now. Master DTK was able to take a knockout on to their side as well. We only have, I think this is the last player that we have for WIOF, and he has decided to take this house right here in the milk area. We're already inside of the zone, so it looks like he was able to make it out somehow. Master Smile going at it against SBD, and looks like he was able to eliminate that final player right there, giving them their 4th elimination. So as you can see with the circle that we have right now, looks like almost everyone is already inside, but majority of the players are just staying right at the edge of the circle. So it looks like no one wants that middle portion just yet, because probably of the fear of being sandwiched.
Yeah, and there's also a lot of flat grounds over onto the fields of Milta, and the only playable area is this current hill. And thankfully, YG did not leave the mark just yet, but they are also getting ambushed coming in from the north point. KHI, they go in for the wraparound, and this is definitely going to be hard for NGG. Biner tries to cut his way across, and it's going to be Burby's goals that depletes them. Now this game is blown wide open without the presence of YG. And we take a look at the rest of the field, though. Joey, they found an opportunity to claim this ground for themselves. And they spot out the rest of the members of GG on the opposite end. Devan now wants to claim the high ground, but the further they go, Burmese Ghost is going to be there to catch them as well. So he's got to be a little bit more wary of his position.
So it looks like just like the other teams, no one on the side of GG actually wants to get somewhere close to the middle, still here at the edge. But unfortunately, we also have BG in the same area as where they are right now. One player got knocked out, and as you can see, they're currently being pressured with all the nades that are currently being thrown towards them. Master Itchy has decided to come close to where they are, knowing that they were going to go for that revive. But with that other nade that was thrown, I thought Devon was going to get knocked out, but looks like he was able to not only escape that after all. GG still getting pressured right here, but Master Itchy was able to get the Von, and he was eliminated. Looks like no escape. Really was not able to escape after all. Same goes for Master D2K, but looks like we still have one player left on the side of GG that is nowhere near his teammates.
These schools are just so proficient with their utility usage. I mean, the way that they just handle those troubles and really understand that these members of GG were all clumped up, so they didn't really have to really put their bodies on the line. And it's already 6 points for the side of Burmese goals. They eliminated YG, and they've also found so many more targets right down under. And GGZ now reaggresses towards the side of KHI. Key Esports, they're just going to be able to turtle their way over onto that mushroom house for now. 2-2 split going on. And Claire as well as Jappy still on wheels. They're trying to see if they can actually find a way to push through, but I would think that it will be a little bit dangerous for them to do so, which is why they're also holding back for now. They do have a little bit more priority inside of the zone as compared to NGGZ, so they could just wait till that blue zone kicks in, and there's only 30 seconds left for NGGZ to see if they could actually reach right into that tap.
Ooh, well, looks like that nade was successful after all, and Blanks is now eliminated, so that's already one man out on the side of Key Esports. Looks like NGGZ also had their karma as Vigi Liliat was able to take out one player on their side as well. Minor currently alone and going up against Mig. So as you can see, looks like the other players are in a different portion of the map. And given the circle that we have right now, looks like we have BG that's currently already inside of the zone. So they're basically just waiting for the others to get in. This is going to be a good gatekeeping situation for them. And they have a good look at the other teams as well. But looks like NGGZ still has a shot in terms of getting revived with all the utilities that they are currently using right now. Unfortunately for Key Esports, looks like they are now out of the game.
Yeah, it really took them a while to really figure out positioning as well, so it was rather tough. And GGZ managing to strike a couple of members down, but now succumbing to their fate as they're over onto the outskirts, easily spotted by Yatka. That's a good range covering coming in from the side of Yatka, as we still have CTS to be within this current zone. They are taking a little bit more of a passive approach just to stay a little bit more quiet. Gerald eventually bounce out to the play zone, and that point will be denied from the hands of Burby's goals as well. We get the rest of BG feeling rather confident to really close out the matchup. YOLO's by the corner of the map. He's thankful that there's basically no attention over on the field side, so he's not going to be picked up just yet. Miner popping a couple of smokes, trying to keep himself alive. And CTS finally making an advancement into the shack to challenge GOA.
Ooh, this is actually, even though we still have 6 teams left, there's only 11 players that's left alive. And as we have GOA right here against CTS Cool, and looks like CTS. Oh, there you go. So it looks like he's now eliminated. That leaves us with 2 players from the side of GOA. Clay Jr. now currently getting revived. YOLO really going for that YOLO. As you can see, he's currently just trying to crawl his way inside of the zone right now. He's actually very easy to spot right now. It just so happened that the other teams are not looking towards his direction. But let's say Miner tries to take a peek as to where he is right now. It's very easy for him to get eliminated. But looks like he was able to make it inside of the zone somehow. We have Min from Hyra that's currently just staying in this small shack right here. Looks like he will be able to hear YOLO anytime soon. So this might not be a good situation for him. But looks like he is also unaware that we have Min in this small dog shop.
Yeah, this is getting more and more interesting. But YOLO's, he definitely sees the parked car, so he will be looking to lob that grenade towards Hyra, and that is an absolute freebie, and that jack is going to be his. But he made a little noise, and therefore GOA is going to lock him out, though. He still has a couple of first aids. He can also claim even more from mid that's just fallen out. Making it into the top 4 by just being so sneaky is something that I wouldn't expect in our game 1. But look at this situation. Burby's goals, 4 stack. The rest are already being weakened. So right now, Clay Jr. wants to ensure that they at least make it to the top 2. And he's got a hunch at least on where YOLO's is.
Definitely. And as you can see, given the circle that we have right now, BG is quite lucky that the zone is actually in their favor. And if we take a look at the numbers right now, they're the only team that is actually only have 2 players left on the side of Goa, 1 for NGGZ and 1 for WIOF. So it looks like this is going to be quite easy for them to secure the chicken dinner, especially since the circle is in their favor. So right now we have Unknown that looks is already spotted where Miner is, trying to take a quick peek as to where he is right now, but Miner is playing it very safe, making sure that he's just gonna get inside of the zone probably at the last minute in order to ensure that he's just gonna get inside once he has no choice. GOA on the other hand was able to get inside of the zone somehow, but Unknown is ready to guard their territory and was able to spot Clay Jr. and ultimately takes him down. We still have 1 player left on the side of GOA, which is Pacquiao, but is now currently heavily damaged as well, courtesy of YOLO, and looks like Unknown was able to take out Clay Jr., leaving us with a final member of GOA.
Pacquiao with the smokes, somehow still buying just about enough time and gotten all the other attention to be focused onto YOLO's instead. And with those all these bullets coming from YOLO, he did manage to go for the exchange to bring 1 member down to BG. He's going for him, farming even more of those points, but attention to the Miner, and that will be NGGZ to be able to secure 1 more in the bag. My tension running high right now. Pacquiao going for that 1 versus 1, but there is Yakov over back. Barbie's goals, as much as it is secure for them, is more of a question of who gets to be on the 2nd seed, and it's NGGZ. Pacquiao now being eliminated, and how much more time can he buy? The rest of Burby's goals looking to clean up shop. And Miner It's only down to formalities unless he does a miracle to clutch 1 versus 3.
Yeah, definitely gonna be. It's gonna be a very difficult scenario for him. But as you can see, Unknown is actually where he is right now. They're now currently going for that car play situation. Lil Yatka was able to get to where Miner is. He's taking a ton of damage right now. I'm not quite sure as to whether this is going to be a denial of points wherein he just makes sure that he gets eliminated from outside of the zone, but he's still trying to heal up. But Lil Yatka is now ready with that nade. Let us see as to whether a CQC is going to commence. And right now, as you can see, Miner is still trying his best in order for him to at least take one player out. Lil Yatka heavily damaged right here, still trying to make sure that he gets healed up and doesn't want to get eliminated. So as to make sure that they're not going to give away points, but Miner is still making sure that he gives them a really good fight. But it looks like, unfortunately, it's gonna be one man down on the side of BG, and Miner is going to claim Lil Yatka. So that's gonna be an additional point for NGGZ. So we're now in a 1v2 situation. We're in Unknown, and Master Itchy is quite, I would say, hesitant as to what their next move is going to be, because one player is already taken out of them, wherein it was supposed to be a 1v3 situation, and I think they were already expecting that they were going to get this in the bag. But now Miner is, I guess, like what you've mentioned, he's trying to perform some sort of miracle right here, but he's also taking a ton of damage from Unknown.
Yeah, how much more can they actually reap out of this game? Burmese goals, they made a couple of mistakes. They should have actually just flooded right through, and now they paid a price for it. They also lost track of Miner at this very moment, but there's only so little space for him to really work this one out. Unknown tries to track his position, and Miner kind of popped a couple of all these smokes to decoy for the moment. So Unknown, he's got no clue at all. He's got the angles. Okay, this might just be it, but he needs to make sure where the secondary maybe going to be. Master Ichi now closing right through. And I'm just so curious as to why they really took too much of this time. Burmese goal should have actually had it back long ago. And right now, this is so doable for Miner.
Ooh, as you can see, I think it was a really good IQ play for him to pop those smokes, and so those are decoys. So they're actually quite unsure where he was, but Unknown was quite shocked because he was not really expecting this, that Miner was gonna take that angle right here, and so Miner, instead of making sure that he claims Unknown, he's now making sure that he's gonna get the chicken dinner somehow. And another pop of smoke is something that we see in order for him to be able to basically conceal where he is. Looks like he's gonna go for another IQ play to see whether this is gonna be very effective, because Unknown is still alive and can still give out information on his whereabouts.
Yeah, he should actually crawl further into Miner's territory, and Itchy doesn't know at all. Like, this is actually kind of rough. I mean, this might just be the moment where Burmese goals might fumble a clean win. Instead of actually hunting out for the final remaining member of NGGZ, he's actually considering of a revive. And if this revive is allowed, then Miner's going to have a big trouble. But he's being spotted out. Ooh. That is the perfect eye catch coming in from the side of Master Ichi with a headshot to secure the first big winner chicken dinner of the day.
Oh, that was a really interesting final circle, because as you can see, even though we were already quite expecting BG to take home the winner chicken dinner because the zone was in their favor, Miner actually gave them a really good fight, because he was able to take down 2 players out of the 3 players that was out to get him. But there can only be one winner, just like what we always say, and looks like it's BG that came out on top with this first match.
Such an interesting way to really kick off our weekend run, and just like that, I mean, Burmese goals absolutely got us worried for a moment. They had like 4 members initially to go up against solos, and one after another they got nabbed. I think like there was not too much pressure until Miners started to pull some stops against them. So definitely they want to kind of improve some of all these nuances in order to close games in a cleaner fashion, if ever the case. But hey, I'm not complaining. They still walk away with a win. So Burmese goals is here to make it rain for all of those fans who has been supporting them from the get-go. Of course, let's take a look at some stats real quick. Master Ichi definitely pulls in the clutch factor towards the tail end of the moment, but it was Lil Yatka that actually offers the most damage in this round.
Definitely. So looks like they were able to secure 14 eliminations in total, plus 10 points for the winner winner chicken dinner. So that's a total of 24 points, which is a really good start given that this is only the first match of the day. And again, since this is the Super Weekend, whoever comes out on top will set the match point for tomorrow's Smash Show. So it's very important for our teams to get as much points as they can as early as first day. And it looks like VG is quite successful in making sure that happens. But enough about that. We'll talk more about this after the highlights. Let's go ahead and watch this.
Burmese Goals has got us at the edge of our seeds. They've got themselves a total of 14 eliminations to close out this chicken dinner, but it was NGGZ that really gave them a big run for the money. Meanwhile, GOA, they've also been able to hold a really strong compound for them to be able to hold for such a long time, making it to the top four and walks away with 11 points. And we've seen so many battles taking place in our first match, so I'm super happy to see Hyra, Asia Esports, WIOF to also have big gains with 7 points.
So, for the top four teams, you have VG, GOA, NGGZ, and WIOF. As you can see, it's a whopping 14 eliminations on the side of VG, whereas GOA takes 6 points, NGG takes 3 points, and WIOF takes 3 points as well. So even though NGGZ placed in the second spot earlier, looks like they fell short when it comes to the number of eliminations, which is why they're only on top 3.
That's right. What's really surprising to me is that you can see that there's plenty of all these frag grenades being used by a majority of these teams, but GOA apparently does not need any of it in that round. But Lil Yaka definitely was one to really steal our hearts with the way that he's really putting himself right at the forefront of all the battles with so much damage being offered. And you know what? Of course, he's been super smooth, and you guys can also enjoy super smooth graphics now available in version 4.0, and you can also adjust to the frame rate options that suits your device the best, from medium, which is about 30 FPS, or if you're capable to set it into ultra or extreme, you can enjoy up to 120 FPS for selected devices. So make sure you check that out. So for now, we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you into our second map of Erangel.
And we are back here in PMCL, the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia, and we are on to the second Erangel map of the night. So this is usually the first one that we do because normally in the previous splits, the first match is usually in Sanhok. We changed it to Rondo, but due to unforeseen technical difficulties, we had to stick with Erangel for the first match as well. So now we are on to the second match. The flight path is actually almost the same as the first one. It's still starting off in the northern portion of the map. So here in the 70 perimeter, ending in Novoripnoye. So earlier we ended in Primorsk. Now we are in the eastern portion of the map. We're not quite sure as to whether the circle is going to be the same, but if you can remember the circle earlier, it was quite tricky as right off the bat, it's in the eastern portion, quite opposite as the direction of the flight path earlier.
Yeah, and that really benefited it most because they actually made a slower rotation to be moving towards the hillside of the lumber mill. And right now, it skewers over the side of Novornoy, which is why we're looking at two teams moving into the islands as well. A direct drop for the side of GOA to be able to move right into towards that corner. And lucky them because this is a zone where it's 50-50 of the island as well as the mainland. But I would assume that this will very, very likely to be in the islands.
But in any case that it actually ends up here in Snovka military base, I think it's quite lucky for GOA and NX as they're already here. But of course, that still depends on their anticipation of the zone. So majority of the teams are outside of the zone. If you take a look at the map right now, there's only a couple that are already inside. So meaning to say that it's going to be very difficult, especially for those teams that have stepped in the northern portion of the map. So right now, looks like we have the chicken dinner curse right there, as the first one to get eliminated is actually from the side of BG.
Yeah, right off the bat, they've already lost Godspeed so early on. SBD, they've been really proactive onto this approach, and them being over on the course of the water town is just allowing them to eventually go in for the pickoff up against the rest of BG, who loves to drop inside Rozak. So you can say that it's kind of upon that memory of what BG's own doing. Well, a little road rampage right now, MSI. They're looking for more than just one because there is TTQ who's been fighting for that garage. But he did manage to win out that trade, but the rest of MSI is here. And they've got guns to trade out up against that Lone Ranger out there. Through the smokes, only with the DP spray. My boy looking to actually secure a whole lot out of the situation. And it's going to be a little bit back and forth. Range now close the distance and we'll be able to get the drop going. But he goes down.
Ooh, but on the side of MSI, we also have Brighton that is currently down as of this very moment. Even though they were able to take control of the garage, and looks like even though we already have a car ready for them, it's actually quite difficult to get it, given the fact that we have Time to Quick that's waiting just right around the corner. But looks like Pretzel has decided to rotate and probably take a different angle. On the other hand, looks like we have an ongoing battle between NX and Infamous, where two players are currently down at the moment with their teammates nowhere in sight. So it looks like this is going to be two easy points on the side of NX right off the bat.
Yeah, great guard coming from the side of NX. They just instantly pull over onto this high ground. And they've definitely expected a lot of teams to be journeying their way into the island. I mean, NX just really had to wait for the right opportunities. Now, Infamous is going to be stuck for a while over onto the shacks for the moment. Not the most complete setup. This is just the start of the game, but we love seeing MSI going so open in the early approach. It was TTQ that took the short end of the stick, but they did manage to at least go for a little bit more trades in that sense. So we're still going to be seeing a lot more of these fights happening in the stage one because of the circle being flip-floppy between the island as well as the mainland. Chido, Key Esports, they full send it into the very far south of Sonasko military base, so they're going to be A-OK for now. The next one to join them is going to be MSI. They've already won out all those trades, and they're happy enough that they're not being blocked to get that access into the island as well.
So it looks like the anticipation of majority of the teams is going to be here in the Sosnovka Island, and looks like they're quite surprised that there are already other teams that already beat them to the punch, so they have no other choice but to take on a different spot. So right now, going for that car play still is MSI with GOA shooting right towards them, but looks like they're able to escape those bullets after all, and obviously they will have to take a different route, knowing that someone else is already guarding the areas that they're trying to take. So right now, looks like GOA is still scattered in. Well, they're actually quite nearby the bridge, so most likely guarding that to make sure that no one else gets to cross.
Yep, just making very defensive measures for the time being. CTS hasn't really made the decision to really traverse across the map, whereas BG, they started off pretty far away. Losing one member, Godspeed, wasn't exactly uh, a good news for them now that they really have to fight in such a difficult course. But we've seen the winners of the past round to be really aggressive when they do have high elevated areas. But oh, Unknown, he actually dove right downwards. I don't think it was intentional. I believe he was trying to aim for the lighthouse, but he
Mhm.
kind of overshot it. But hey, I think it's still fine because there's no teams around him for him to slowly make a climb back up. Now, back we're on to the sectors. We are looking at the couple of all these houses already being claimed by TDQ, but there is an arrival of Asia Esports around the vicinity.
Mhm. Not quite sure so whether Austria is aware that we have time to quick right here, because as you can see, it looks like no one is making any sort of movement on the side of time to quick. But Austria is making sure that they secure the perimeter. So if they have vehicles right here, looks like it's going to be a dead giveaway that someone is right here. But with all those open doors, I think Austria is also being extra careful, knowing that there might be some players lurking around the area. But looks like Gus has already been spotted by our teams. He's now getting ready with that nade. And as you can see, he's now currently being surrounded by different players. He ultimately now goes down, but we have one player left on the side of time to quick, which is Zuki. But looks like they also know his whereabouts as of this very moment. So looks like they're now trying to go around the house, and he's also trying to make sure that he's not going to get knocked out while waiting for the other members of their team. Oh, but looks like he is the only one left. So looks like this is going to be a very difficult spot for him. It's just quite lucky of CTS that's going for that third party situation. So the attention of Austria might actually get diverted.
Nax is still trying to steal the scores as Zuki is holding down over on a basement. More nades to be prime right in. K Esports having blank to be able to claim one out of SI at the moment, but back towards the side of CTS, they've been able to actually nap one, knocking the member of Asia Esports. So while they actually take this fight, we're actually getting a little bit of an update. Where will this actually be? Hyra as well as SBD moving a little bit slower, and now it's a 50-50 between Pure as well as the Islands. So they can fight for all day long for CTS, and if they do triumph in this battle, they will be very happy to really blockade all the other teams and rampage right through to turn the tides around against CTS. Now it's only down to one member left. Asia Esports fight back.
Oh, that wasn't a really good decision making coming from that one player that decided to make sure that the other player gets eliminated. He turned his back on the other player, and so he got knocked out as well. It looks like Zuki, even though he's the only player left, he's making sure that he takes advantage of the situation, just like what I have mentioned. The attention got diverted into CTS, and so the guards of Osja were actually down, and so Zuki was still able to make the most of the situation wherein he's now able to get three eliminations, and I think majority of those came from Austria. So now looks like we only have one girl left on the side of time to quick, one for Austria as well, and for CTS we also only have one. So this is a 1v1 situation, even though if you can remember, I mean, we started off
Mm-hmm.
with two players left from time to quick and then a complete squad from both CTS and Austria.
Yeah, it's just so amazing how they've been able to really turn the tides around. All that ruckus definitely have helped out in that situation. And now Asia Esports weren't exactly happy on the outcome. Knows exactly where that player is. but he could not afford to push because he's got no intel on where Womb is currently at. I don't know whether to call him WO3M
Yeah.
or
No, it's actually WOM.
WOM. WOM.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. I kind of
It's the
didn't.
opposite of meow. It's meow spelled
Oh,
backwards.
it makes so much more sense now. Maybe I should just call him Mel if that's going to be
Meow.
the case.
Yeah, I think that's gonna
Anyways.
be a lot easier for you.
Now, going back towards the side of Team Max, I think like they're at a very comfortable spot because that 50
Mhm.
50 they plan themselves towards the riverside, so it wouldn't be all too much of a problem. But they definitely need to ensure that they get themselves pretty much ready for those teams who is hoping to cut by the bridge as well.
Mhm.
WIOF, though, taking a little swim in the waters, and we're also looking at NXC to do the same. Clay Jr. now being caught out. That's bad news. Joe A loses one member just by doing so. I believe
Mhm.
that he was trying to look for a way out at the very same time.
Right.
So now we can finally get a further update onto this situation. Do we get a confirmation, or is it still 50-50? What say you?
Ooh, I
Oh.
guess we have our answers right there. So it looks like the majority of the players that thought that the circle was going to end up in the Sosnovka military base will now have to cross. Some of them, I saw them getting ready with a hovercraft. So it's actually a really good vehicle because they can use it to easily cross the waters. But right here, we have a PH versus PH battle wherein we have MSI versus Key Esports. And looks like both of them will have to try to get into the zone. The difficult part about MSI being left behind is that as soon as Key Esports crosses, then it's going to be a gatekeeping situation for them. So they might have to take on a different route. Infamous, as you can see, struggling with this tricycle right here. Looks like this is the only option that they have for a vehicle. So they're now able to cross the bridge. Very lucky that no one's guarding it. But looks
Oh.
like Key Sports is not so lucky after all because even though they were able to leave MSI behind, we have GOA just waiting for them on the other side.
They're just sitting nuts right now. There's just no way out for the side of KHI. And Yapikel out for a little bit of a duck hunt. But he's actually not staying for far too long because there is MSI on the other corner where you got Rex, who's currently preoccupied for now. He's got a couple of defilades to really throw back at him. The detonation only chips over on the side of Pretzel. Not exactly the clearest of angles for him to really go for that direct duel. A little dance off for now. Whereas NX, they clip the members of MSI from the back without them being so wary of the situation, but there's return fire coming from Team Max at the very same time. That kind of makes this a four-way battle from long range, but NX now closes in. They want blood. You can smell it as the members of GOA, they're kind of stuck in between.
Ooh, very difficult because we have other teams, just waiting for the demise. And Joji, as you can see, that's a lot of nades for him to actually just wait for. And unfortunately, looks like he's having a difficult time right now in terms of getting back to where he's supposed to be because looks like he had no choice but to take this route right here wherein he almost slid to the waters, which is going to be very difficult for him to survive. Key Sports still sitting ducks here in the water. They're just quite lucky that we have X. And so the attention of GOA got diverted. And so right now they're basically just prolonging their lives and probably trying to swim their way into safety. But looks like it's quite difficult as of this very moment. We have WIOF also in the same predicament right now, whereas they're currently being spotted by other teams. But looks like majority of these teams are outside of the zone, so they have no choice but to now get in. And so those players that are already knocked out will most likely not be revived anymore.
Yeah, I believe that they will just cancel out each other from the south side. There's no other room for them to really make a play. That breach is also being cut off. So the only way is to really swim across. Well, you get to say that KHI kind of have a little bit of a head start by doing so. But that day was beautifully executed. Drops right through GOA, down and out after a stellar start back in game one. Just unfortunate that they made the wrong prediction in the island and they were clipped in between. And X now has got to make a firm choice. Key Sports, they managed to really swim across. They could not afford to take those boats, unfortunately. And TTQ, CTS, as well as Asia. This has been the longest standstill. Nobody's settling the scores. I'm surprised. I mean, they should have actually get the job done, moments ago. But now we go back inside of Fair Pure. It's Yangon Galacticos to take on the rest of Hyra.
And as you can see, we are only one man left on the side of Kyra, and so he is making sure that he gets to revive his teammate. But with all the nades that were thrown towards their direction, Ryuji goes down once again, and so we still have Hash that is left. Murnat going at it with that shotgun in order for him to make sure that he goes for that one hit delete type of thing. Unfortunately, Hyra is now out of the game with only one elimination point, and Blanks currently taking some bullets on the side of WIOF, wherein they're making the most of the situation, making
beautiful.
sure that they won't be able to get to the shore. And looks like that's exactly what happened right here. Though, as you can see, Austria is now out of the game as well, and Shin is most likely just guarding this area. He's probably anticipating that someone's going to try to get into the same route as they did, especially since they both came from the Sosnovka Island.
Yeah, may be able to actually catch him off guard though. Since now taking a swim in towards his direction, so he should be able to hear some splashes the moment he arrives on the scene. Now they go up close and personal. Mix, he's got the high ground advantage. Key Esports somehow makes a very timely arrival and immediately scoring those points. And good news for Blanks, he's been able to dock over to the shore, so Claire can actually go in for the rescue as well. So that's actually great news for Key Esports. Now that they finally get to play a lot longer inside of Fair Pure. Meanwhile, I was expecting more fights to take place inside of Fair Pure, but it seems to be a standstill between YG, Burmese Goals, as well as the rest of the pack. It really feels like all these teams are super hesitant to really make big maneuvers. Speaking of maneuvers, oh, that's going to be a tire pop from Zuki. Thankfully, he got some crease for him to hide, but not for long, though. SBD is just going to mark his location, much angles that TTQ can work with.
Definitely. Zuki, not quite sure as to what the game plan here is, since I think he's the only one left for time quick, because he had to get away from the scene where it was a total standstill between him and CTS, and there was this one other team right there earlier. Looks like he's just gonna have to make the most of his utilities right now, because he basically has nowhere else left to go. He's just quite lucky that he was able to get inside of the zone somehow, but not quite lucky, as looks like we have an entire squad of SBD waiting for his demise. So it looks like he's just gonna have to stay there for as long as he can, and probably wait for a miracle for SBD to actually leave, because they know where they are, and they know that he's not going anywhere, because his vehicle is damaged. And so we're practically just waiting for the next circle to see what happens next. But Key Esports thought they were not going to get spotted by swimming through the shore once again. Unfortunately, we have Max just waiting on the other side, so it looks like it's going to be the end for this team.
Perfect spot out of Team Max to also capitalize on this situation. I mean, they've been waiting by the docks for a very long time. Only one member remaining for the side of Key Esports. Blanks turns the other way around because he knows he could not afford to even deal any form of a blow up against those members of Team Max. Choronai spots out Mix as well, so he's not being left off the hook. It's a lot of distance to cover as well. So, well, I thought it's the entirety of Key Esports. They still have two members, so good on them, but they are kind of segregated though. So, still rather difficult for them to really cut into the mainland if ever the case. Burmese Goals, they don't really have a reason to go any further. They've been securing that central area of this Fair Pure. And Yangon Galacticos, the last I saw them was having a little bit of a small exchange over in North Point. They did manage to revive their fallen members, so that's good that they could still play with 3. But this flip-floppy circle has definitely caused so much damage to a majority of teams. You can take a look at the numbers right now. KHI with only 1 member left, WIOF as well as TTQ in the same situation.
Right. And points are actually evenly distributed if you take a look at it, because those teams that dominated in the early phases are now eliminated. Take a look at NX, for example, wherein they were able to score 8 eliminations, but they're already out of the game. So I mean to say that it's going to be quite easy for the other teams to catch up to the current score that they have. It's actually just quite impressive for VG because even though they don't have any points at the moment, if you can remember, the first person that got eliminated actually came from their team, but they were able to secure those 3 players that were left, and they really made sure that they're not going to get have, or they're not going to have another player be eliminated on their team. Right here we can see that Max is exploring the perimeter in order for them to take a VG, but looks like they are I guess they're not really quite sure as to whether there are other people right here. Lucky is very lucky that he hasn't been spotted yet, even though he can clearly see Max. But he knows that once he attacks one of those players, it's going to be the end for him. So it looks like he's just trying to hold on for as long as he can in order for him to make sure that he gets a lot more placement points, most likely, and then probably going to go for that third party situation by the time that the opportunity presents itself.
True enough. You can see that every team is being so cautious on their movement. Makes last man standing for the side of Key Esports. Sure, and I kind of lost track of him. I mean, it's been a while already that he's starting into tin air. Not really finding all too much. Burmese goals once again finding themselves in an optimal position. And I like that how you point out that they lost that early member and they've been pretty steady so far. But I wasn't exactly a fan of them holding different locations of the compounds because easily they could be infiltrated. Speaking of which, it's already a push towards the side of GG. They could not hold down the line. Astro also getting caught out from the lower ground. And NGGC is just shredding them apart. Big nades now lob right through, also challenging SBD at the very same time. They are trying to resuscitate those members though. Michi now getting himself recovered, but he's got to go in for a pickup against the rest of the members of SBD as well. Is not going to be making it all too easy for a moment. Devon now spots out the members of NGGZ once again. Emmons taking him now. So that only leaves these 2 members standing in the way. And SBD is definitely looking to clean up.
Right, looks like they have no clue as to where they are as of this moment. A lot of nades or utilities were thrown towards them, but since they were trying to revive outside of the house, those utilities were actually put to waste. So right now they had decided to get back inside in order for them to secure more cover. Since if we take a look at the minimap right now, there are a lot of teams surrounding them, so they're trying to take cover for as long as they can. As you can see, Jarrell is not making any types of movements right now. Michi is trying to get those utilities from the other death crates surrounding their area. GG, with all those smokes, they're making sure that the nades are not going to penetrate the house that they're currently situated at right now. Key Mix was able to get inside of the zone somehow, and as you can see, it looks like it's going to be a standoff between Max and YG. We're in Say Cloud is now heavily damaged. Murnat is down, and Romeo is on the other side, and looks like he's not making any types of movement right now.
Yeah, that Molotov from Charlie did manage to actually clip him though. So that's the thing that I was talking about. I mean, YG, they got themselves pretty much segregated, and now they're also down to 1 member left. The instant push coming from NGGZ looks beautiful. Michi managing to also save Jarrell at the very same time. Great value added to the table from inside of NGGZ. Team Max playing by the very far edge of the fair pier as they try to walk their direction towards Burmese goals, and this is going to be a meat grinder for them. I'm unsure as to how exactly will they approach this fight because no matter where they look, there is Lil Yaka to be the first contact maker, and somehow they squeeze past. This might just be bad news for BG as well if they are all allowed to breach through.
So right now it's just a waiting for some of the teams especially they can hear engagements in different portions of the map. So they're basically just trying to act a little bit sneaky, to go for the third party situation and get those eliminations for themselves. Probably try to go for kill steals if the opportunity presents itself. BD still waiting it out with NGGZ, making sure that he doesn't get spotted because he's in a very difficult position right now, most especially Starboy. We have Max that's getting ready with all those smoke paths in order for them to be able to get across, since we have BG that's waiting for them. But SBD, as you can see, has spotted YG, and NGGZ is now currently sandwiched right in the middle. So it's a 2v2 between those two teams, wherein SBD is probably going to get possibly some of the scores since they have a good look at the players of NGGZ and YG. But looks like Starboy got knocked out instead, and so his teammates is now going for that rescue, whereas NGGZ and YG are still going for those utilities exchange.
Yeah, great spot coming in from some of the members of SBD. They do have a little bit of the high ground to work with despite getting somewhat exposed at the very same time, but they could definitely hold on for a little longer. Perfect nade coming out of T-Max. Choro at it again to knock down one member side of Burmese Gold's Master Ichi now all by himself. He's got to make a leap of faith as he tries to exit the compound, but he's trying to hold down the line at the very same time. He expects the rest of T-Max, but he's getting instantly deleted with the S12K to secure it for you. T-Max now propels ahead into the top four. And GGZ only having one active member, another one being knocked down. Wrong. Now, perfect pit's eye view for him to catch out the rest of YG.
Ooh, looks like that was a denial on the side of NGGZ. Instead of giving away points, he has decided to be eliminated by the zone itself. And so for YG, we only have one player left. We have 3 players left on the side of Max. SBD is still a full squad. As you can see, Wrong, he got almost knocked out right there, but Romeo was unsuccessful in doing so. He's the only one left trying to go for that nade, but unfortunately, he received it first. And so YG is now out of the game, and we're now currently witnessing a 3v4 situation, or make that 3v3 between SBD. Oh, sorry, it's still 4v3 situation between Max and SBD.
The Bruneians now having a solid chance to win their first chicken dinner here over the weekend up against the rest of Team Max. Driving all around, trying to cause a decoy, but Tornai gets spotted out. Starboy seals the deal, and take a look at Wrong. He's already got 5 points in the bag from all of his efforts, and they will now make it rain. Big names now dropping towards the side of Trezzy. There's just no space whatsoever for Team Max to work around this vicinity. That 2-2 split was just too potent, and now they're running for the big win as they look to secure their first ever chicken dinner. But Starboy, he goes down. He still brought the pain, but not quite enough. It is Brunei to take it home as SBD Vicious takes the win.
Ooh, that was a very interesting final circle once again. And I'm not sure if it's just me, but I think a lot of our players are quite cautious because we were able to witness a lot of standstill battles between them, wherein it was just a waiting game went through. But with that final circle, as you can see, one player still got eliminated on the side of SBD, but it's still a good win for them. But of course, that was also a good fight from the side of Max, as he got eliminated or did not get the winner with the chicken dinner. I think I saw them secure 10 eliminations in total. So right now we're basically just waiting for the match standings to see if the elimination points of SBD is enough for them to still be on top of the leaderboards for this match.
Wow. What a performance out of SBD. The way they've been able to really isolate the targets as well as find that perfect funnel by holding over onto that high ground was just impeccably executed. They were absolutely in the right positions with that 2-2 split. And, compared to round one, this one looks a lot more decisive on how they were able to really close out the game versus how, of course, Burmese Gold did it, which almost kind of fumbled. So I'm kind of glad to actually see the names on the screens. Milo, Wrong, Timo, Starboy, each having some massive contributions out there, especially Wrong, where he's been able to secure 6 elims and offering 900 over damage in this round itself.
So looks like they still secured double-digit eliminations after all. So I think it's clear that they would still get the top spot for this match. So definitely a good run for them. But of course, let's go ahead and take a look at the highlights and see what's in store for us in the next scenes. All right, so for the match rankings, just like what we have mentioned, 22 total points for SBD. So good run for their team, most definitely. Max takes 16 points, YG with 9, NX with 8, and GGZ with 7, Time Ticket with 6, Key with 5, and I'm not quite sure as to what that other team was, but I think he got 5 points as well. We also have VG taking 3, GG as well, GOA with 2, MSI with 2, CTS and Hyra with 1, and unfortunately WIOF and Infamous Xaviera with none. So looks like the elimination points got concentrated on those teams that were in the final circle. And just like what we were talking about earlier, Concha, behind the scenes, I think it was a really slow pace for our players right now. Looks like they still haven't gotten the rhythm, which is why we can see a lot of waiting games in terms of engagements.
Yeah, I wouldn't fully blame them as well. You saw how dangerous this zone is because it was a 50-50 between the mainland as well as the island. And then it pulled back into the mainland where it benefits some of the members of Burmese Goals as well as Yangon Galacticos. And all thanks to their positioning, BG has still been able to withhold their number one spot ever since their chicken dinner. But SBD's performance today looks sublime. They've been so decisive on their play, and they've gotten the same amount of eliminations with Burmese Goals at the moment. So I'll keep my eyes onto some of those names. And of course, other than the winners of this round itself, Team Max have also been able to rise to the occasion, subscribing to plenty of all these fights and also fishing out all these other swimmers out there. I think mainly the points come in the form of KHI members. And what Young Galacticos, I thought that they would be able to do much more because they were mainly over onto that third tier for a long time, but they've only gotten 4, whereas NX, they were one of the earliest teams to bow out. They walk away with 8 points out of eliminations alone.
Definitely. But for the MVP, we have Wrong from SBD. As you can see, he was able to secure 6 eliminations and a whopping 941 damage. Only 134 damage taken, a survival time of 26 minutes and 34 seconds, and a team contribution of 47%. As for the damage distribution, it actually wasn't that high when it comes to headshots because it was only 4%. But looks like his shots were accurate enough for him to land 900 plus damage and 6 eliminating points. As for the super smooth graphics, it's actually now available in the version 4.0, more stable frame rate, smoother combat. Personally, I have already tried this since I am fond of playing classic matches as well, and I can say that this is truly effective. As you can see, the features are right here. It reduces lag on all devices by 30 to 50%. And for some, it's 10 to 30%. It actually depends, of course, on the type of device that you most definitely very helpful for our gamers out there. But 2 matches have gone by. First match was taken by BG, second match was taken by SBD. We'll be taking a short break, and once we come back, we'll be in the Erangel match.
Welcome back once again to the PMCL Southeast Asia. Once more, we are getting a flight coming from the southern direction of the Sanaska military base to be headed up north. We've seen massive winds coming in from these goals as well as SBD. We'll see who else will join in their ranks of securing themselves another big fat chicken dinner. Now, that being said, though, similar flight means similar drops as well. So I wonder where the zone will be this time around.
Right, because it's actually a very different plane path. But we have, it has been difficult to predict because it's leaning towards the middle of the main island and this is not a military base. So it was very difficult for our players to actually anticipate as to where it's going to end up. And so we saw a lot of players secure those hover cars for them to be able to travel seamlessly from land to water and vice versa. But right now, with the plane path being the exact opposite of what it was earlier, from going from the north to the south side, this time it's the south going to the north, starting here at Sosnovka military base, ending in the shooting range. So far, we saw early engagements on the second match because of the vehicle in the garage. So right now, let's see as to whether that's going to be the same exact scenario, but looks like there is no possible engagement in sight, as looks like our players need a lot of time for them to drop to their specific dropping points. Some are already going for that car play, especially NX that has decided to take the Novoripnoy area. But looks like the play zone is in the western portion, and looks like majority of the players are already inside. So looks like it's a possible problem for those that would be coming from the Sosnovka military base area.
Absolutely. And right now, of course, when we take a look at the leaderboards as well, from fourth place till seventh, it seems to be super competitive. And of course, there were the two winners that have been able to leapfrog ahead of everybody else. That's what
Mhm.
I'm really intrigued at in the form of, can they build up a big lead in order to really cause a little bit more of a stir for tomorrow, because these teams will be the ones to be looking to set the head start points. I think that other
Mhm.
teams are still playing catch up. So it's been decent results overall coming from KHI, NX, Hyra, MSI, where they're keeping it relatively healthy, where one chicken dinner can also send them all the way to the top three.
Definitely. So it's a really good performance for BG so far, probably because of that first run that they had, wherein they were able to secure 24 points. Well, for the second match, we were only able to secure 3 points, but as you can see, they're still here on top. So, I mean to say that a lot of the teams are still getting their footing in terms of this first day of the Super Weekend. Again, by the end of the day, whoever is on top of the leaderboards will get to determine as to what the match point is going to be. So we're just going to have to add 10 points
Mhm.
into whatever points they will be able to secure for the day. So it's very important for the rest of the teams to make sure that in any case that they don't get to top the leaderboards for tonight, they're at least close to the top one, so that it's not going to be difficult for them to secure this match for tomorrow. But right now, as you can see, it's still very quiet. We still have 16 teams, 64 players are still alive. We still haven't seen any possible engagement. So it looks like it's still the looting phase for everyone. It's still very peaceful so far. But of
Mhm.
course, by the time that we get to rotate, or by the time that the second circle shows, most likely the stories would change by then.
Yeah, true enough. And of course, when it comes down to the early phase, we've seen a lot of teams to be a little bit more wary and passive in the form of their play as well. Even last round, I think we had a little bit of a talk as well during the break. Like, yeah, there were a couple of teams that can be a little bit more decisive whenever they go in for the face. But yeah, it is what it is that we're seeing, teams to also be a little bit more careful, because now on this weekend itself, every drop points do matter, because if you don't happen to qualify for next week, then at least you have a little bit more of a uh, points gathered back in week one.
Hmm.
So that is definitely something that they'll be hoping to
Hmm.
not be the case where, oh, we did not qualify for both weekends. So we'll have to see, how this one plays out, because end of the day, even if you make it to the weekend, it does not guarantee you that you'll be getting more than 30 over points, right? So it is
Correct.
definitely a little hard, especially when now it's looking very top heavy. So I'm hoping to see that there's still some gas in the tank, guys. MSI now walks into the trap set by the members of Burby's Goals. Lil Yaka opens his account, taking down Pretzel.
Ooh, and unfortunately for MSI, he's the first one to go, and that player that was left alive right there is very low, and looks like BG might actually go after them. So, given the fact that this area or the Pachinki area is a dropping point of MSI, I think that was well calculated by BG to ensure that they can take out at least one of the players of MSI. So, it looks like that was Monboy that was heavily damaged by BG, but after taking out Pretzel, looks like BD is now going to be on the run and go towards their next destination.
Yeah, great initiation thus far. And now that definitely gives a little bit of signal to MSI is that you got to be super careful with your rotations. Last game, they were the Punishers, where they moved here towards Pachinki instead in order to catches. And right now, shots being fired towards the side of KHI and Superboy, landing a beautiful knock. Loki so far looking sharp as ever, and he managed to still do some chip damage towards that moving vehicle. Joji's looking to help him clean that one up. Well, it is a little bit iffy in this kind of situations where these teams on their trajectory of moving into the zone just get spotted out time and time again. So NX, they're happy with another good opening last round. I believe they scored 9 elimination points and they bow out early, so they're always going to be on the aggressive front.
And as you can see, Monber was able to take out one player right there, but looks like Austria will still have a chance to actually heal up, given that MSI is too far from where they are. Not quite sure as to whether they will try to go for the push, but here in the bridge area, we can see one player getting knocked out. I think that is on the side of GOA. Looks like they were quite unaware that we already have time to quit Gordon Howe. Rex now heavily damaged, but was able to escape the hand from the hands of time to quit. And as you can see, looks like everyone from just like what we anticipated, everyone that came from the military base is actually now having a very difficult time. But looks like some of them are still probably trying to cross, and looks like they're trying to go for a different route, given the fact that the bridge is currently being guarded by a different team.
This is going to be a little harder for the side of GOA. They're just taking their sweet time, re-strategizing. So Rex is currently being left alone because he was the first one to pass. And hopefully he does not really get caught out. Speaking of which, he's on his own, re-aggressing towards those members of TTQ. It's about time that GOA actually provides him a little bit more cover. That zone's going to be taking these teams into the fields of Gaka, Ruins, as well as Pachinki. Yeah, Galacticos have already set up shop towards the high mountains, and right at this moment, TQ, they're kind of holding back, but they are lobbing those grenades back towards the side of Rex. GOA, where exactly is the cavalry? They're not arriving just yet. So TTQ, if they really want to push, they should.
Ooh, it's a good thing that they have this vehicle secured right here. I mean, the use of the hovercraft is really top notch. We know for a fact that this is very effective, especially if you have to cross one island to another. So it looks like they already have that one covered. GOA, on the other hand, as you can see, we still have Rex just trying to take a peek as to where Time to Quick is, but looks like they already thought that he has already left the perimeter without knowing that they're currently being spotted by GOA, probably providing intel. Key Sports, on the other hand, has already decided to take the portion right here, whereas CTS is just right the corner. This is going to be very difficult for Claire. In any case, the TTS decides to take his pot since he is the only one left guarding this area.
A little bit more of a calculated measure coming from the side of SBD as well. I believe they've already noticed that there's a certain team across the corner. On the outlook of the minimap, there's at the very least GG as well as Claire out of KHI. And they just gotta be a little extra careful on their next move. Get the rest of the pack though. Team Max, they look really, really good last round. They've been able to score plenty of elimination points. And looking at this current location, they're just coming in, swerving from the far western end. Not too many catches, potentially. But if they move deeper, perhaps they're going to be able to really get some good vantage point to look for some big
Mhm.
trades. And now, back towards the side of CTS. I think we've seen this kind of situation happen before. I think CTS, they only go
Right.
for situations where, they go for a push, but if they have
Mhm.
members taken out, they will hold back.
Exactly. I think it's more of them hesitating to go for it, especially if they know that it's still on to the early part of the game, probably trying to secure some placement points if possible. So in any case that someone gets taken out, instead of continuing with their aggression, they decide to just try to escape. I think it's both good and bad, but they probably haven't found the right rhythm yet as to how to be more aggressive, because based on what we can see, most of the time they only attack if they have no choice. So they don't really go towards, or they don't really go after other teams. They let other
Mhm.
teams go after them, and they're more on the defensive side instead. But we know for a fact that you get more points through eliminations, so that strategy might not work out well, especially if since we're in the first day of the Super Weekend. So as much as possible, they need to get as much points as they can. But looks like going for that wrong turn is infamous Saviera against NGGZ, where Jarrell was waiting at the top of this hill. He was able to take down one player right here, but looks like the rest of the infamous squad wants to take them down as well. So instead of backing out, looks like the rest of the team is here. So looks like we are going to see a bloodbath, and wait and see as to which team is going to get eliminated first.
Miner in a prime position. He managed to go in for that one catch. The rest of Infamous, they're already looking to flee away, cutting their losses in that stance. Oh, it's looking a little bit dicey for both ends, but Infamous, they are pretty much out of position. They were thinking about going for a save, but I'm not too sure what he's thinking. Having his head pop right there, so they will try to look for a little cover instead. Edmund now being caught up as well. So
Ooh.
decent trade coming from the side of Hyra, Min, now Murnat, and now all the action is taking place across the field. Going back to the side of YG. They got that perfect line of sight. They got the double knock, and now looking to close in.
Ooh, looks like we are down to the last player of YG, and Hyra is actually the new kids on the block right now, so this is quite impressive for them. So as you can see, Romeo being the last man standing has been taken out as well, and YG is now out of the game, courtesy of Hyra. And as you can see, we don't have any casualties on their side, as Ryujin, the man that went down, was actually revived by his teammates, and so now they're now ready to basically just get the loots off of their opponents, since they were successful in that feat against them.
And wow, taking out YG when you are an up-and-coming team. And Quintilio, you were telling me that these guys, they're around the average age of 16 to 19. It's just astounding that they've been able to knock out the world champions.
Exactly.
Liner aggressing over onto the top side of the hill. They don't really have much of a cover to work with other than the spine of the hillside. So going into this fight right now, they are kind of pinched. Asha Esports rival does not make it any form of easy movements for the rest of NGGZ. Daryl now looks to prime the grenade towards the side of Nang X. He's being dropped down low, and that was pixel perfect from Daryl.
Ooh, and as you can see, Nang X has been eliminated. Looks like NGGZ is really out to get them. They really want to make sure that they can get as much points as they can. The aggression coming from this team as early as game one. But take a look at the circle right now. Looks like we have Hyra right in the middle of the circle. Here on this side, we have Max versus SBD. We're in Iter X was supposed to be revived, but looks like they decided to hold back, since we have someone from SBD go for that push. We have Key Esports on the other hand, or on the other side as well, trying to go for that third party situation. So it looks like we only have one player on the side of SBD that decided to go for the push. The rest are onto a different angle. Oh, looks like we have Milo as well right here, but looks like he is down courtesy of the nade from Cornai right here. So let's see what Wrong is gonna do, since looks like a lot of nades has been thrown towards them. So looks like we are 2 men down on the side of SBD. I think looks like we only have one person left, and Max is successful in terms of reviving their teammates. Key Sports unfortunately was not able to go for the third party situation, probably because of the angle that they were able to take. Whereas here on this side, as you can see, Ostra is now eliminated courtesy of NGGZ.
Wow, what a cluster that we're getting right now. Infamous tries to actually go the other way around, but gets absolutely caught out. Great spot for MSI to capitalize on that situation, whereas NGGZ, they're also at the very edge of the map. They got to turn towards the direction of the hills to find a little bit more cover, and they'll be driving towards the side of MSI. They've been so prepared for all these kind of situations, and this is just gonna look a little messy from here on out. Take a look at this. 4 teams side by side, and Darrow goes for a drive-by straight towards the direction of Team Max as well, and they will be caught out at the very same time. But instead, Darrow, he pins him down. Team Max, they're on the road rage, and it is just players all around the field. A second catch for Darrow, and they're looking to crash them out.
Oh, that was very unfortunate for him. He was just trying to make sure that that player gets eliminated, but he got knocked out in the process, and they're in an open area, which is a good situation for them. It's a good thing that we have Miner right here already ready with those smokes in order for him to be able to defend himself and his teammate. But unfortunately for them, we have Coronai taking out or at least damaging that one player from NGGZ. So it looks like they will have to hold off on reviving one another. Minor also goes down as well, and looks like that was a very unfortunate event for them, especially because it started off with Jariel getting knocked out as he went down from their vehicle.
Wow, it's just so chaotic in this matchup, and you know what? I will not complain about the tempo of the match anymore if we're always getting this kind of fights. Next one to
True.
bow out is going to be MSI. I think they've done just about enough damage as well, so we'll have to see what else is going to be happening across the field, because right now they are stranded over onto the course of Ruins. TTQ, decent positioning, but their backs are exposed. There's going to be some shots coming from the side of DOS towards Unknown. Doesn't seem like they've been able to really find any form of conversion right now. And all they could basically do is just to really hold out their current position. Zone goes into the open fields. Now this is worrisome for even the likes of those who are on top of Mount Gakka.
Right. This is where the fun begins, basically. Another team bites the dust as NGGZ is now out of the game. We are left with 9 teams with 30 players still alive. We have 2 players down on the side of Key Esports. We can see that there's a smoke right in here, so it looks like one of them tried to revive the other, and unfortunately got caught up in a crossfire as well from them, and I don't think that he would actually try to go for that revive and sacrifice their team, because in any case that he isn't successful, looks like they are going to be out of the game. Here on top of this mountain, we have GG. Looks like we only have 2 players left. We have Master DTK and Devon, but I don't see anywhere inside. He was able to take down some of the players of GOA, but we still have Clay Jr. right here getting ready. Looks like he has his nade in hand, but Devon is pressuring him. And as you can see, it's a little bit of a standoff with a shotgun right there. And Devon was able to take them all out, which means that they can now go for a reset, and they're still part of the game.
Beautiful footwork coming out of those players out there. Meanwhile, CTS, they're holding on to this compound with their dear lives, trying to deny any form of space for the side of BG. And it's bad news for BG because they got their backs up against the wall. The blue zone's already creeping right in. They have to force a move and take a fight regardless of the situation. Luckily enough, they didn't go deeper towards the direction of the DQ, but now they are kind of sandwiched in between both ways. Das now soaking that grenade, and it is going to be an instant catch from Cool to take down Yatka.
All right, so it looks like they still have a chance of reviving DOS, even though he received that splash damage coming from his teammate. Some of the players of VG will most likely get eliminated because it's already very difficult for them to heal up. It's a good thing that they still have some cover right here. Time to quick now, getting ready to pick up the pieces and make sure that they basically get those elimination points from those players that are down. So they're probably trying to put some pressure into S. We have Godspeed. I think he is the only one left on the side of VG. He's just crawling his way into Time to Quick, and looks like Time to Quick is unsuspecting that we still have one player right here, so it is highly possible for him to take at least one player down on this side. We're just basically waiting as to who it's going to be. The zone is now closing, so he has to move faster, but unfortunately looks like he was spotted first, and so BG is now out of the game as well.
Yeah, it was rather rough for them to really even find any form of better spacing for them to really play with. CTS, now this is going to be their best time to really hunt out over on the open grounds. The rest of these members of GG descends from the hillside. The question is, where exactly do they go from here on out? Spotted by the likes of Hyra. And now, Hyra having a great area to replay from. The center zone that actually allows these teams to also restock with a couple of all these crates left available. And wow, what a shot coming from Sin. You've got those beautiful angles. And now, down towards our final four, CTS, they still have members intact. And TTQ is looking for a challenge as they move upwards, trying to bait some shots. Those nades fall right close into the smoke, but it doesn't seem like there's going to be much of a conversion. Rest of CTS now needing to decide, are they willing to choke out the rest of TTQ? Because right now they do have the priority of the zone.
So 4 teams left. We have a complete squad from Hyra, complete squad from Time to Quick, CTS. Actually, everyone is still a complete squad. We still have 16 players left with 4 teams still very much alive. We can see a lot of nades being thrown here and there. Pool going for that nade. Unfortunately, he got it first by Capo of Hyra, and looks like he is set to be eliminated. The rest of the squads of Time to Quick looks like they have decided to take a different route since they're currently out of the circle right now. So they're carefully trying to find their way in, whereas Hyra is still trying to attack those that are right in the middle, taking advantage of the situation since they have good vantage points as well.
We're going for a gate crash, and Demio's desperate attempt, not quite enough to actually find it. TTQ, they got all those 8 points from all the picks that they've been able to acquire up against CTS. Now it's going to be a fair fight. Maybe a little deficit for the side of TTQ, but they will be able to get that revive done. So that is still pretty decent for them to be able to really find a little bit more of the conversion. Meanwhile, backs against the wall. Capo though. Oh, beautiful spot for him to really find that conversion. And now TT is only left with 1.
Ooh, looks like too much aggression isn't really good after all, and looks like they're now out of the game as well. But not bad after all, because they still got 8 eliminations onto their name, plus the placement points that they will be getting. So it looks like this is going to be good for them. So we are down to the last 2 teams, wherein we have Hyra and WIOF. Unfortunately for Hyra, looks like I think there's 1 player that's currently down. And if we take a look at the odds right now, we have 62% chance of winning for WIOF. The distance of Hyra is too far from one another, but looks like Ryujin was able to get a good angle off of WIOF, and so 2 players are automatically down. They're now trying to go for that reset. Let us see as to whether they will be successful, but looks like Hyra is now getting ready to finish the battle. Let us see as to whether they will be successful.
And it is very likely the case. They are looking very confident with the big wraparound. It's only down to minus to try to hold down the line. WIOF relies on this hero to try to turn the tides around. He does actually find a couple of knocks, and into smoke he goes. Oh, not quite enough just yet. But there's still 1 more member hiding right down below. Hyra needs to go in for the recovery. As the shots are being fought back, they did manage to actually bring their teammates back alive. WIOF tries to turn it all around with 2 members at the low ground. YOLOs need to find that grenade to catch over onto Hash. 2 versus 2. 12 points already for Hyra. Regardless of the situation, they will score big, and that grenade was just pixel perfect. And now it's down to formalities. Lucky, is he going to be lucky enough to go in for the double swing? He tries to bring it back up, and that grenade falls super close.
Ooh, looks like Kyra is running out of patience. So instead of waiting it out and just throwing all those nades, Hash has decided to come close to where our team WIOF is. Lucky goes down, whereas the other player, I think that is YOLO, that is now trying to go for that reset. Now just going for that, well, he's just crawling basically, but he has been ultimately spotted. And that is it for this match as Hyra takes the win. But that's a really good gameplay coming from WIOF as well. So we're basically just going to wait as to which team is going to take the top spot, basing it on their elimination points.
The Prodigies now, the shining stars, the beacon of hope of the Philippines here on a weekend, as Hyra claims one of their own. You know, I've been hyping about them because you told me they're so young and they're so full on their approach. You can see that the level of play is super rapid on what they actually offer. They struck down Yangon Galacticos, and in that final fight, they convinced us that they could be in the grand finals.
Right. And it's actually their first time in PMCL. So that's the main reason why I think I definitely agree with your statement that they're the beacon of hope for the Philippines. Because even though they're the most inexperienced team out of all the PH representatives, as you can see, they have really good performance, especially since they got this winner chicken dinner right here. So let's take a look at the winner chicken dinner team stats. Wherein looks like they really had a ton of eliminations, 15 in total. We have 4 coming from Hash, 5 coming from Min, 5 for Capo, and 1 for Ryujin.
Yeah, it was just beautiful teamwork all together. Like, everybody was really running into 5th gear on majority of these fights. And despite, you know, Ryujin as well as Hash having not as flashy of numbers compared to Min as well as Capo, it is definitely a team effort when it comes down to the amount of damage they've been able to offer on across the field. And so far, I mean, this team, the only way is up. I mean, if they're looking this good on day 1, imagine when they play Smash Rule later on.
Definitely, because it's very important for them to basically get the know-hows in terms of securing a winner chicken dinner. And of course, well, for today at least, it's very important for whoever gets to be on the top spot, as that will be the match point for tomorrow. But anyway, looks like the 3rd match is done. Let's go ahead and take a look at the highlights for this match.
And once again, another epic finish coming in from Hyra Esports. 15 elimination points as they secure 85-pointer. Is this going to be enough to put it in the top spot? We'll have to figure out real soon. Didn't mean to cut you off there, Queen Toyo, but I was just so impressed by the prodigies of the Philippines.
No, it's okay. I was actually on mute, so that was okay. But anyway, top 9, we have MSI with 3 points in total. We also have GOA with 2 points, KHI with 2 points, NX with 1, Infamous Severe with 1, Austria with 1. Unfortunately for SBD and YG, they both had no points for this match. And if we can remember correctly, if you guys were able to witness the entire match, it was actually our first placers, Hyra, that was able to eliminate YG at the foot of the Mount Everest, is what we call it. So definitely a good match for this team. Let's see as to whether they will be successful since we still have one Erangel match to go. But as for the overall rankings, as you can see, BG still remains on top with 1 total points, but trailing right behind them is Hyra with 33 points in total, SBD with 24, Max with 23, and GGZ with 21, Time to Cook with 19, WIOF with 18, and GOA with 15.
Wow, within the span of just a couple of rounds, we're looking at the course being set up. And right now, I think that certain teams like INXV as well as NX is still trying to play catch up, but it's still a healthy amount of results, even from the mid-table all the way down to 15. So that being said, I definitely wanted to see what more it is to be offered, as our top 4 teams in this round itself really went back and forth. TTQ, that's shown a lot more signs of life this round by getting a total of 8 elimination points. We've already raved about Hyra Esports. And look at the rest of the field. I think that this is still some improvements coming from WIOF as well as CT to be able to get not only placement points, but 5 eliminations along the way.
Definitely. So, well, it was definitely a good matchup. I mean, the final circle was also very interesting. I mean, we really enjoyed that final circle right there because WIF really gave it their all. And I was actually waiting to see if Hyra was going to be successful in terms of that push, because I think they really wanted to finish the battle early. But anyway, let's go ahead and take a look at the MVP stats that we have. We have Min taking the top spot with 5 eliminations. He was able to secure 795 damage, 273 damage taken, a survival time of 23 minutes and 43 seconds, and a team contribution of 29%. As for the damage distribution, he was able to secure 11% of headshots, which I guess was very critical in terms of making sure that he gets those 5 eliminations. But I guess that is it for the first 3 matches. If I heard that correctly, Contra, I think we're going on break. Am I right?
You're absolutely right. So I guess we'll catch you guys real soon, right after this, for more epic chicken dinners here in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia.
reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. Hi everyone, I'm XL. The two most frequently asked questions I've received have been when World of Wonder would release after having been in beta for so long, and when we'd grant full creator access to players so they could realize their unique ideas. Today, I've come with the answers that everyone has been waiting for. I'm happy to announce that World of Wonder 1.0 officially launches in the next version. In World of Wonder 1.0 will significantly boost creator access, letting more players join in creating. Of course, we've also prepared plenty of rewards. World of Wonder cash incentives have increased yet again, reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. In 2025, we anticipate over 100,000 creators receiving incentive earnings. WoW currently boasts over 4.4 million maps. WoW maps have hosted over 33 billion matches. World of Wonder has over 1,000 dedicated influencers, bringing its maps over 1 billion views per version. If you'd like to become a WoW ambassador as well, you can join the Next Star program for smaller influencers for a chance to win a share of the $6 million cash prize pool. Some creators may wonder, my creation skills aren't really up to par right now. Will I still get the chance to receive earnings? Rest assured, everyone has a chance in the World of Wonder incentive program. Every step of the creation process counts. A lot of rookies tell me, XL, I don't know how to take the first step, or I lack inspiration. How do I even start? In World of Wonder 1.0, we'll gradually make the Smart Assistant feature more widely available. When you don't know how to get started or lack inspiration, you can turn to the Smart Assistant for help. Some creators wonder, World of Wonder looks difficult and I know nothing about coding. Does this mean my maps will never turn out good? Here, I'd like to recommend our visual programming tool. Through simple configurations and logical calculations, you can design something truly unique without knowing anything about coding. It's sure to take your abilities to the next level. World of Wonder is also an open ecosystem that connects players around the world. For example, we're working with the Prime Minister's Office of Pakistan and collaborating with over 50 global universities to help students gain professional game development skills while discovering new career paths. We are also working with the United Nations to promote environmental and public welfare awareness. We welcome global brands, artists, celebrities, influencers, and map creators of all kinds to join the World of Wonder ecosystem. If you're interested in collaborating with World of Wonder or have any suggestions for us, feel free to contact us through official customer service.
Hi everyone, I'm JY. Now that World of Wonder 1.0 has launched, we intend to work with everyone to establish a mutually beneficial ecosystem for the mode. Players often complain that World of Wonder lacks challenges and rewards. In order to meet everyone's expectations, we're introducing the World Pass system in World of Wonder 1.0. By playing World of Wonder content and completing missions, players can earn points and get tons of rewards for free. Upgrading the pass also unlocks lots of customizations and exclusive perks. A certain portion of the earnings we receive from the pass will be invested into the World of Wonder incentive program, increasing our cash prize pool to give back to each contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem. At the same time, we hope every talented creator's fantastic ideas will be worthy of praise and attention. In World of Wonder 1.0, the new gifting system builds a bridge between creators and players. Fans can gift special World of Wonder gifts to instantly give the creator a like for their creativity. These gifts increase creativity points, which can be used to unlock even cooler custom appearances and are displayed on the creativity points ranking. Top creators on the ranking stand to receive tons of cash rewards. All in-game cash earnings will be stored in the co-creation wallet for clarity and transparency. We've added a strict identity verification process to ensure the security of every transaction. We support withdrawals in the vast majority of countries and regions worldwide, allowing you to turn your creations into real-life earnings, no matter where you're located. World of Wonder 1.0 marks a new beginning. We hope all players with creative ideas are able to become game developers.
We will continue working on this mutually beneficial ecosystem so that all outstanding creators are well compensated. May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder.
May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder. Thank you.
The first Ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote to help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
Finding it hard to fight back against enemies? Is reloading not realistic enough? Is it affecting your battle experience? Does your motorcycle have a busted tire? Did you reach Conqueror tier and have nothing else to do? If any of these are relatable, then don't miss this video. Let's check out the various upgrades in PUBG Mobile v4.0. This version introduces a brand new weapon, the Mortar. It uses a special explosive ammo and deals tons of damage to enemies. It's great at applying pressure. The Mortar has two firing modes. Quick Strike mode lets you aim directly at enemies. Precise Target mode lets you strike areas beyond your field of view for amazing long-range coverage. Whether it's fighting back or providing long-range support, the Mortar is an excellent tactical choice. We have also revamped reloading to provide even greater realism. To put it simply, if you reload your weapon before it's empty, you'll keep a round in the chamber. So after reloading, that means you'll have an extra shot available to you. We've also improved the idle and reload animations for empty pistols to keep you more immersed than ever. We've added crosshair style switching for the 4X scope. You can easily switch between them as you like. May you never miss your shots again. Now, when you burst your motorcycle's tire, you can easily swap it out for a new one. We've also improved the stability of mounted firing on two-wheel vehicles. Ride smoothly and fire with more precision than ever. Boats also get an upgrade. They travel through the water much smoother than before. Enjoy the improved naval warfare. These vehicle updates are sure to make matches even more exciting. Apart from battle-related improvements, Erangel's Lipovka has a new relaxation area. Take a break from the fighting and come here to gear up with supplies. Or relax for a bit on the swings and Ferris wheel. Get comfy on the battleground. C9S26 is here. Check out the new Ace-exclusive Path of Honor and rewards. We've improved tier objectives and added rewards for reaching the highest tier in the previous season. New legendary firearm is here. Challenge the brand new firearm combat power system. Your glorious journey begins. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. That's a brief overview of V4.0's classic mode updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. On this dreary night, Wraithmore Mansion is draped in shadow. Somewhere in the corridor, a ghostly figure looms. Watch out! Your every move could startle the area's long-term residents awake. PUBG Mobile's new Spooky Soirée version is now available. Here's a quick run-through of V4.0's themed mode and all the specialty gameplay it has to offer. In Spooky Soirée, you can pick up skill items that infuse Ghosty with ghostly powers. However, you can only equip up to 1 main skill and 2 passive skills at a time. If you prefer to fight over supplies, you should choose skills that boost your offense and survival. The first skill is Floating Balloon, which lets you fly for a brief period. It's really effective for repositioning or moving to support teammates. Scan is a skill that provides a lot of enemy intel. The Heal and Armorer passive skills allow you to battle to your heart's content without a worry. If you value survival and fun above all, go with Guardian Shield, which provides cover that you can bring anywhere. It also knocks back approaching enemies. Passive skills Boost and Ghost Helm greatly increase your sprinting speed and defense respectively, allowing you to loot your way across the map swiftly and efficiently. If you get defeated in a match and become a prankster ghost, don't fret. Take advantage of the special skills you gain, Bomb, Scan, and Shield, to give your teammates more opportunities. Keep in mind that these skills will gradually become available on different maps at different times. Choose whatever fits your playstyle. This mode has 2 main theme areas, Wraithmore Mansion and the Rock Review. Head straight for Wraithmore Mansion if you love battles. Open ghost crates to expose the locations of all nearby enemies. Speaking of supplies, there's a magic mirror on the first floor with tons of treasures sealed inside, making it a highly contested target. If you'd rather explore the new version in peace, head for the haunted residential area, where the scaredy ghosts gather to avoid intense confrontations. This update introduces a new vehicle, the Magic Broom. It seats 2 players and has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of V4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Three different winners so far, and this weekend we're already getting this matches super heated up. Of course, you're watching the PMCL Southeast Asia with me, Contra, as well as Queen Toyo, and wow, this is something that I did not expect so much, because throughout the week, I think we've seen a little bit more of a dominating streak coming in from Yangon Galacticos, but now it seems like the rest of the teams are a lot hungrier.
Definitely. But of course, let us not forget that this event would not be possible without Techno. We have Techno Pova 7 Ultra 5G, and it is actually built for winners. By going back to what you have mentioned, yes, definitely. We were actually expecting YG to dominate, but this time we can see BG dominating, and in just one match, Hyra was actually able to trail right behind them. So looks like we're seeing new teams. Well, BG is not really a new team, but we're basically seeing other teams, aside from YG, dominate the first three matches. But let's also talk about the latest update that we have, which is the super smooth graphics that is now available in the version 4.0. So this is where you can play without overheating, and it is actually proven to help in terms of getting a better frame rate.
That's right, and you are also getting cooler temperatures as well. But you know what? With all the heat that's going on inside of the match, you guys could also explore a lot of all these cool stuff happening in 4.0, especially with a lot of events taking place with the spooky soiree across September all the way down to October. So you definitely don't want to miss out so many of all these fun stuff that's happening in the PUBG mobile client.
Definitely. And of course, we have our latest collaboration, and it's going to be released in on the 19th of September. So for those fans of G Dragon right there, now is the chance for you to actually probably get some sort of surprise. We're just not quite sure yet as to what it's going to be, but definitely something to watch out for. So honestly, I've gotten the latest guild set, and I am so excited for the next ones to come out. So hopefully we have another one coming from this G Dragon collaboration as well.
Yeah, everybody's a fan of G Dragon, whether you admit it or not. And of course, that being said, we have one more round of Erangel, and then we go back to back in Miramar to close off the night. You know, right now, I think that a lot of teams could still find a little bit more leeway to squeeze those points before the match point will be set for our Smash rules for tomorrow. So we got about roughly a minute before we jump right in. So, past couple of matches, we've already seen that 50-50 inside of Very Pure, another one across the field of Gatka. And of course, now I'm hoping that we get a little something different this time around.
Mhm. And I'm actually very excited as this is going to be the last Erangel match of the night. After this, we'll have two more matches, but it's going to be set in the map of Miramar. So just like what we always say, it's a matter of consistency basically at this point, since this is going to be the fourth match. For some of the teams, this is going to be their way to be able to redeem themselves and probably get the points that they lost for the previous matches, especially for those early eliminations. So I'm quite excited to see what's in store for us, given that so far we don't have any team that's gotten two winner chicken dinners yet.
That's right. Let's hit right into the next match, the final one in the map of Erangel. And it seems to me that today's flight path has been super kind to the likes of many. We've always got this Sound Insight flight path that does skewer towards the edges of what I believe to be Zarki. So it will be a little bit of a stretch for teams to claim Yasnaya as well as Severity. Do you think that will be any form of problem for the teams that are playing in the top 16?
I guess it's a possibility, but there's always a car play and long drops. So it's still possible for them to those respective dropping points, especially since Yasnaya is known to be a big area where they can definitely get all the loots that they would need. But right now, as you can see, the players are already dropping. Still the same old teams dropping here in the Sosnovka military base. As expected, GOA is getting uh, military base itself, whereas NX has decided to go for Novoripnoye. Infamous Severe, on the other hand, looks like they're here in the Milta perimeter, whereas Ski Esports is probably still onto the bridge area connecting the Sosnovka military base and island. So there's basically a lot for us to watch out for. But what I'm most excited about is if there would be teams that would be on the same dropping spot or at least same rotation, because that's where early engagements come from.
That's right. And this time around, it's going to be absolutely centralized. So possibilities are endless. Majority of all these teams, they've managed to get to where they need to be. SBD close to the hospital ground, and I believe that we're already having a decent spot for KHI as well. They're going to be inside of the farm areas, so we'll expect them to have a decent time around the fields. Meanwhile, for the rest of WIOF, I think today has been a really good run for them as they're trailing very close to the top five as well. sitting around 18 points, holding on to 7th place. And finally, we get ourselves a little stats. Yatka being the number one top fragger, and it's quickly followed by Capo, the prodigy who's been able to claim that chicken dinner in the last round.
Definitely. We also have, well, some of the players here are, well, majority of them are already familiar. To be honest, I think it's just Capo that's going to be a first timer here in PMCL. So it's a big deal for this player to be part of the top fraggers for the past 3 matches. But let us see as to whether, that's beginner's luck or if he really has the skills to showcase. But so far, so good for that player right there. And for High Rise, just a matter of consistency at this point, especially since they need all the points for them to be able to set the match point for tomorrow, since we have the smash rule in place for the final day of the week.
That's right. And right now, I think like some teams, they really want to ensure that they are somewhere within grasp as well before the match point is being set. So that being said, though, since we're only 3 matches in and there's still potential of 3 chicken dinners to be acquired, I'm thinking that the threshold for that number one spot is going to be, I would say, maybe around the high six or middle 60 margin at the very least, from my prediction. So all the teams who are currently on the lower end of the spectrum might want to aim for maybe 30 points, so to speak.
Right. Exactly. So that it's going to be, easy for them to at least catch up by tomorrow. Because if the points are going to be too far, given the smash rule is in place, it's going to be very difficult for them to achieve, since if everyone's not yet familiar with the smash rule. So basically, whatever the match point is, as soon as you reach it, you must secure a winner chicken dinner in the succeeding matches. So if you haven't reached the match point yet, then it means that there's no way for you to be able to hit the smash rule before the end of 6 matches. That is the main reason why it's very important for the points to be really close to one another, in any case that you won't be able to get the top spot. Just like what High Rise doing right now. They're only 1 point behind BG. So let's say this continues, then regardless if BG or whichever team takes the top spot, if the other teams are close to the points that they have, then it's not going to be very difficult for them to actually catch up and eventually, possibly take the smash rule for themselves.
That's true. And speaking of the Smash Rule, as well as for those of you guys who are not too familiar, so what exactly is Smash Rule? We'll take for example the top one team right now, BG, and then you add 10 points to be the match point. So if BG reaches the match point, all they need to do is earn 1 chicken dinner within the day in order to close out the Smash Rule with them winning out the weekend. But if they don't actually get the smash, then anyone that passes that threshold that was being set, which is example 34 points, right? That's a plus 10 for PG. Then those teams who passes that mark and gets the chicken dinner instead, they're the ones to take it home. So that's why the Smash Rule has always been super interesting when it's being implemented. And what's interesting here is that the other fight breaking loose. CTS secures first blood. DOS will be able to strike one down in the areas of Pachinki, and you can see a very widespread approach coming from MSI. The players are late to the scene, and this is a cause for concern because right now, CTS, they might be able to pour even more up against Pretzel.
Right. It's actually very unfortunate if you have noticed, because actually earlier it was BG that waited around the corner of the Pachinki area in order for them to be able to get at least one player on the side of MSI. So it's always MSI that is being watched out by other teams, probably because of the dropping point that they have. It's right in the middle of the map, so majority of them are probably trying to take the spot away from them so that it's going to be easier for them to navigate through the play zone. Since I said this is the heart of the map. But right now, the rest of the squad is now going for the push against MSI, knowing that one of the players is already out of the game. So I mean to say that this is going to be a 3v4 situation. But unfortunately for Demios, he was unaware that Pretzel was just waiting for him to cross. And so he has been taken out. And this is now a 3v3 situation.
Wow. Great turnaround from the side of MSI. And that was Demios that was picked off as well. So a little bit of a concern for CTS in the form of firepower now that veteran member is being taken off the list. But we still got Dust. He's been proving himself to be one of all these amazing fraggers throughout the tournament. Currently sitting with quite a substantial damage dished out already within the span of the stage 1, dealing close to 200 damage output. Whereas on the outskirts, we're already looking at some movements coming in as NGZ opts to not press the issue any further. Down the list, though, I mean, there was that member of BG that's around the facility, so I'm kind of surprised that BG did not open fire all too much. Then again, it's always a little bit of risk when you are trying to look for those kind of pickoffs when you're in the ground. Yangon Galacticos by the corner of ruins have been able to find a beautiful knock onto the members of SBD. The Bruneian side today scoring a chicken dinner, but now having one being napped away is going to be a little bit concerning. And instead of going deeper into what you've mentioned, the heart of the zone, which was Chinky, they are driving further northern side, just that they could get away from the crosshairs of YG.
Definitely. And right now, Hyra, the team that got the winner with a chicken dinner earlier, came all the way from Zarki. And as you can see, they're going for that late entry as of this very moment. The rest of the teams right here are already looking for a way to get inside of the zone. So it looks like this is going to be a long journey for Hyra, whereas the other teams are already situated right in the middle of the circle. So they're probably just waiting for the others to get in order for them to go for that gatekeeping situation. I know it might still be early for now, but since majority of the teams are, well, they didn't really have a difficult time getting inside of the zone since it's not the same zone as what we had earlier. We're in, it was a difficult anticipation between the main island and the Sosnovka military base. This time around, it's in the main island, so majority of them has a really good idea as to where the zone could possibly be. The rest that would go for that, like, she might be in a difficult spot by the time that the rest of the areas have been occupied by other teams.
Yeah, and for now, a lot of them were banking on hopes that it zooms deeper into the center. But there's also teams like WIOF that quickly repositions closer towards the school side, which is a better case if the circle just goes straight away from Pachinki. But they got to be very mindful. I mean, GG has also claimed that spot, and they're flushing those positions away. YOLO so far have been pretty impressive throughout some of the rounds that's been played out. Back in game 1, he was the last member surviving, making it into a top 4 finish. Virgin this time gets a catch onto Master Smile, and a wow. It seems like he is very off of position. And Hyra looking to capitalize while they're sending one member to keep him alive. Rainbow Boy did manage to actually go in for a return exchange. It's going to be safe out that pins him down. And YG, they're definitely looking to close this one up against Hyra, but they need to find a better place to do so because both sides are currently residing in the blue zone.
Exactly. So looks like Hyra has decided that it's no longer worth it. We see one player that already decided to actually escape, probably because we can see that it's almost impossible for his teammates to be revived, given that we still have Say Cloud and Romeo surrounding the perimeter. So looks like we are just one player left on the side of Hyra. So we usually call it the chicken dinner curse. And as you can see, Rome decided to ban Hash. This is probably in response to them getting eliminated in the previous match. It looks like they were able to take their revenge onto Hyra, but not successful to the point that we still have one player that was able to escape. So we still have basically, well, he's just going to go for that camping experience because it's kind of difficult to be aggressive if you're the only one. So let's see as to how long he will be able to hold on to his dear life since we still have a complete squad right here. So obviously they don't want to get eliminated too early because they will not be able to get any points at all.
That's right. I like the fact that you pointed out that YG, they were taken out by Hyra themselves. So it's kind of inevitable because these two teams, they're not too far off from where they started, especially when the circle shifts away from those kind of zones, then they're bound to meet one way or another. So just giving it a little bit of a cheeky pan from time to time doesn't really hurt too much. Hyra, though, I'm not too sure how exactly will they actually pull this one off. They only have one member left. And the zone now being around the potato hills outside of Pachinki, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge for those who are not around the northern side of farm. Geo now on their rotation as they are to leave the farm hillside. And this is where it gets a little bit iffy. And speaking of which, shots have already being fired towards the direction. That one coming from Joji to knock out Ella so precise. He actually landed a headshot on a moving vehicle. And GOA says, perhaps we can actually take a chance to try to look for an exchange. But they're actually driving deeper towards the direction of NX. So this is definitely going to be a little harder for them to execute. Joji now. Gonna see if he takes another chance. He's gonna aim it towards Nagapikel. And he is trying to dash out of the line. Thankfully, GOA remains to be pretty much safe, and now they're attracting attention once more.
Right. I think GOA has decided to prioritize getting inside of the safe zone, which I think is really smart move to make, knowing that it was going to be an open area. So even though it was NX was right in front of them, they might still end up getting sandwiched by other teams. But looks like they're not so lucky after all, because even though they were able to get inside of the zone, they have BG waiting for them. And as you can see, majority of them are heavily damaged, with Clay Jr. getting knocked out. The rest of the squads are trying to fight for their dear lives, but looks like it's going to be probably an early elimination for our team right here. Looks like we only have one player left on the side of GOA, and looks like that is it. Quick wipe coming from BG, and that's going to be their first 4 eliminations for this match.
Wow, beautiful fight. All handled precisely by the members of Burmese Goals. 4 points without any form of casualties at all. That was a trap perfectly laid out as teams driving towards the direction. And Team Max right now, they're having one of the few compounds left available. And they're just going to hug real tight. BG in the best location thus far, but this may actually swerve towards another different spot. Still seem to be benefiting the safe team. So they will be keeping an eye out for the teams coming from the south side. A little exchange of grenades between KHI as well as TTQ. And Blanks, he needs the appearance, and he has the best angles to deal with Gus, but he's not really taking a peek at all. He's ensuring his safety instead. And that's going to be one more member taken off the list from MSI.
So 15 teams left and 52 players still alive. We are currently here onto the potato hill, as what we call it, between key and time to quick. And as you can see, so far, vehicles have been secured by both teams. It's just a matter of where the next zone is going to be. But looks like we have a possible engagement right there, even though there's a big, well, I wouldn't really say big, but there's a distance between the two teams. So they're basically just waiting to see as to who gets knocked out first. And then the other team would probably go for that push. But YG Myrna was able to take down that final player of Hyra. So even though he was able to escape earlier, he was still found by YG, and Mernat was able to take that final blow against their team. And so we already have another team that has been eliminated. And unfortunately, it's the team that got the winner chicken dinner earlier. But looks like YG is also currently suffering from WIOF, since they're currently out in an open area. Mernat now heavily damaged. He's now gonna try to go to where his teammates are, probably to give them back up. And at the same time, you know, there's always strength in numbers, so as expected, he'll try to be as close to them as possible. Looks like they're safe for now, but they're still outside of the zone. And I guess lucky for them, WIOF is now has now decided to get inside of the zone instead of going after them.
Sure enough, and right now, the rest of WIF stuck middle in the form of their rotation. This is going to be a very risky move for them to actually charge their head up against the rest of Asha Esports. And now, driving side by side, it's going to be GG that finds the funnel. They drove right into their crosshairs. And just like that, 2 members instantly punished and deleted. GOA as well as WIOF, they've already been taken off the list. And my, this is going to be a grinding situation between all the squads that are forced to play on the open fields.
Definitely. And as you can see, we have one player down on the side of NX right here. We have Superboy, but his teammates are trying their best in order for him not to be confirmed by other teams. So they're making sure that they can cover for him. But here on this side, as you can see, looks like we have the players of SBD getting eliminated by YG. Looks like YG is currently on fire for this match as they have already secured 8 eliminations at an early stage. Unfortunately for NX, that was a quick drive by coming from Zuki, and 2 players automatically went down because of that. And so looks like the rest of the squads of NX will be eliminated. Zuki still going for that car play, was able to take down 2 players. We are down to Cute Loki, who was able to knock him out in the process, but unfortunately for him, nades were thrown in his direction and he was heavily damaged by that splash damage from that nade, and so he got knocked down as well.
Nades after nades, the bombardment was just too overwhelming over that corner. TTQ managed to take quite a number of points out of that scuffle, but he's still managing to catch out Cute Loki before having himself pretty much in a dire situation. Right now, just like that, we're already looking at big names farming out numbers. YG with 8, 5-4 Burmese goals, and there's just more splatters across the field. KHI now driving past into a weakened side of CTS, and Cool has got to get out of that situation. He drives away, leaving William out of the picture as he's got no time to even go in for a save. Great timing for the side of Key Esports as we see another one bite the dust. These names are all dropping like flies, and that is close lob towards Blanks, almost clipping him out. KHI now moving past as they want to get into a deeper area to take on MSI at the same time.
Ooh, and as you can see, looks like it's battle after battle here on this hill alone. And looks like MSI is down to the last player, which is Monboy. So I think BG has no plans of making sure that he escapes. So as you can see, they're still waiting it out for him, even though there are a lot of smokes surrounding where he is. But Yatka still going for that open against Monboy, but he is unable to spot him because, as you can see, it's a lot of smokes. It's actually quite difficult for him to identify as to where he really is. I can see YG getting damaged by nades coming from other teams as well. Looks like BG is now currently distracted because we have Key Esports. But with that explosion of the vehicle, 2 of them both got knocked out. And looks like they were able to successfully eliminate that 1 player from BG. And so Mix is now currently getting revived by Jappy, whereas the rest of the BG squad is now going for the push in order for them to make sure that they can eliminate the last member of Key.
Such a decisive move with this kind of push. And BG looking to clean up this fight, but Unknown gets picked off instead. Godspeed. He managed to take a little bit more of that cover, and right now it's only going to be Yaka that gets damage in return. Great return exchange. BG, very decisive of their maneuver. They were with all the other teams because they were in the center of the zone, and YG, it was too overwhelming. They get absolutely demolished by INF's advancement. Michi now inside of smoke is going to receive the same fate as well, but it's a 1-versus-1 between him as well as Forsaken. Michi still trades out, and he does manage to take out Sae. Michi does walk right into the crosshairs of Forsaken, unfortunately, and there goes NGGZ. The battle continues on. GG right now in the smoke. And the rest of Asset Wars are lying in the way to send in more of the grenades. Does he actually get the tag? Not quite enough to finish the job just yet, but Top, he's already leaving that scene, trying to retrieve his teammates. Claude, though, he's got some really good view up there in Famous, looking to capitalize.
This is a lot different from what we have witnessed from the previous matches. I mean, it's battle after battle after battle this time, probably because this is already the 4th match, and probably because of the break, they have already talked about what needs to be done and what needs to be accomplished. This time, you can see Infamous Xavier going at it against GG, wherein Master D2K has been down, and I think he's going to be taken out completely. But Claude received some damage as well, and so he decided to back up a little bit. But looks like GG is really in a pickle right now, as Devon is the only one left, and he doesn't really have a lot of space to get as his cover, because not only is he being targeted by Infamous Aviera, we also have Osja here on the other side, and so he's not making any type of noise so that they would think that no one's left in that specific area. And looks like he was successful in doing so, because Osja has now decided to go against Infamous Aviera, wherein looks like they are going for that engagement since Infamous was not able to escape after all.
Great play coming from side of Austin Esports, but they get trampled instead. Oh, that was a close call, but Infamous, they had that hovercraft to be able to just run right through them. Ooh.
I think everyone's gone on the side of Osja. I mean, they probably did not anticipate that they had that heavy artillery right there, because that was an MG3 that Infamous has, and there's someone with a P90 as well. So it's actually really going to be very difficult to go on a CQC battle against those players right here. And as you can see, Monboy was trying to sneakily get inside of the circle, but unfortunately he was spotted, and so he's now out of the game as well. So have 2 players left on the side of GG right here. Infamous Aviera is still very much complete. They have now revived those players that got knocked out by Osja, and looks like BG is still very much part of the game, though, even though there's only 1 player left. As you can see, they were already able to secure 8 eliminations, so that's already a lot. So it's just a matter of making sure that he gets more points by going through third-party situations, or, of course, securing as much placement points as he can.
Yeah, he's doing a relatively good job, but now Godspeed is receiving a lot of attention coming from Team Max, and he is absolutely depleted. There goes BG, but like you said, they've already gotten themselves 8 points. But what was surprising to me is Infamous surge up towards the charts. They got so many elimination points right now, moving into the top 4. Taking their time to repair that hovercraft. This will be really potent in those team fights. And you mentioned that some of these players have been able to also secure some of the loot crates. So they will have ample firepower to really rally on. With a high ground advantage at the very same time, Devon as well as Astro not being run over, thankfully. Team Max driving right past Coronai. Gotta really seek out some deep angles, as the rest of GG is hoping to find those members up the hillside. Whereas for Bunny, he's just gonna play it as quiet as he can. Similar situation as to Burmese Ghouls. While we're looking at Forsaken now spotting his direction. So this is going to be rough for TTQ.
Definitely. So he can't actually do a lot from where he is right now, because as much as possible, he doesn't really want to get spotted. But unfortunately for him, looks like you has that idea that someone is lurking around there somehow, because he has decided to actually make sure that his vehicle gets damaged to a point that you will, or I think it was Bunny from Time to Quick that will not be able to utilize that vehicle anymore. But looks like Max really wants to make sure that no one's there anymore, so they went for that car play, and as they decided to drive by, Bunny actually revealed his position, as he had no choice anymore. Unfortunately for him, he's outside of the zone, so even if he tries to get in, someone's already waiting for him to get out of that big rock right there. But looks like he still has a couple of utilities left. He's now going for that smoke path. Let us see as to whether he will be successful in crossing, even though we already have Max that's waiting for him. And as you can see, he has been taken by Iter X, and so we are down to the last 3 teams here in our final circle.
He's been locking that angle like a hawk the whole time. And GG. They're the next one by the edges, though. There's really no cover. Team Max, they're aura farming right now. Down to Devon. And the only one that can afford to challenge is going to be INXV. Not quite sure if the Devon has got the fire in him to really look for any form of pickoffs. And yes, he does! He gets the pin down onto Choranai. Oh boy. But he's now stuck behind that tree. I don't think he can recover in time, but he does retrieve that package. But he was forced to step out, so he did not win in for the point now. Respectable enough. GG, next one to fall out. Now it's a fair 4 versus 3. I say fair, but the rest of Infamous, they're already closing in because they know Iter X and the rest of Team Max, they're only going to be inside of that compound, and they're going to make it rain with those grenades. Not really hitting the mark, though. Good chip damage over onto Iter X, but I want to see if they're going to be able to find angles because they need to be behind those walls in order to catch Infamous.
Right. Definitely a makeshift red zone right there. It's just very fortunate for Infamous Avira because, as you can see, they still have a lot of utilities that they can use up against Max. But it looks like Max has decided to probably go to a different spot because they know that they are pinned down. We can see that their vehicles are right here. They're ready to probably take a different route or probably get off of this compound right here. Very unfortunate for them as one man got eliminated courtesy of GG. So GG was actually able to help out Infamous Aviera in terms of making sure that Mac will have a difficult time going up against them, since in terms of numbers, obviously Infamous has more players. Mad Dog has decided to go out of the compound, but looks like that was a wrong idea as he was completely damaged by all the nades that are currently being thrown by Infamous Aviera. And so I think it's going to be very difficult for Mad Dog to still be revived. Almost impossible, and the zone is now closing in, and so Yu is also having a very difficult time. Claude decided to go for that push. We also have Iter X right here with that shotgun. Let us wait for the other teams as Yu is also down, but that is it for this match as Infamous Xavier was able to take home the winner chicken dinner for our final Erangel match.
A huge comeback coming in from Infamous Vieira, where they've been able to finally get the big win. They were sitting at the bottom of the barrel, and now this is going to allow them to leapfrog up ahead in order to chase the rest of the field. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. And my, I did not expect them to be able to convert it perfectly just before we head to Miramar. But wow, the tempo that they're playing on is on a whole other level compared to the past couple rounds.
Definitely, and I can really feel the aggression coming from Infamous Avira this time around, because for the previous matches, they're one of the first teams to be eliminated, or even if they stay long inside of the game, they have very minimal points that they get. But this time, they really proved to us that they can really bounce back, and this is a really good start for this team, especially since we're nearing towards the end of the night. And just like what we always say, this is very important because whoever takes the top spot will set the match point for tomorrow's Smash Roll. But let's take a look at the winner chicken dinner team stats, wherein Lion was able to secure 6 elimination points in total. We have 2 coming from Claude, 3 from Forsaken, and 1 for One Stick.
Yeah, this is just really absurd numbers overall. I mean, looking at how many fights that they were actually taking, then they've been able to keep majority of their members alive to the tail end of it all was super impressive, considering the fact that so many teams, they don't really have those compounds. It was only Team Max that was defending themselves very well inside those shacks. But even so, that circle shift benefited INFA so much so that they've been able to claim this chicken there. Take a look at the highlights again to elaborate even further later on.
All right, and as for the match rankings, as you can see, it's actually Infamous Vieira that was able to take the top spot with 22 total points. We have Max at 11, BG with 11, DG with 10, YG with 9, Time to Cook with 8, MSI with 4, and Key Esports with 4. I can definitely say that this is one of the fastest paced engagements that we have seen so far for the past or for the past 4 matches, probably because this is already the final Erangel match of the night.
That's right, and you saw so much aggression displayed throughout stage 3 onwards, and plenty of teams were really caught over the mid rotations. So GOA, SBD, as well as WIOF were kind of unfortunate to be stuck in those kind of situations. So we'll see plenty of all these kind of funnels, which benefited majority of all these teams. And we got some high point average as well, from 4 to 5 points at the very least. So majority of them didn't walk out, starved in that sense. And INXV, this chicken dinner is just the biggest one that we've seen coming from a team that used to sit at the very near bottom. And just because of this win, they immediately emerge into the top 5.
Exactly. I mean, just like what we said, all it takes is a winner winner chicken dinner, of course, a lot of kills, and then after that, all you have to do is to be very consistent in terms of earning the points. Again, it's very important for them to have scores close to the top so that it's not going to be very difficult for them to meet for the smash for tomorrow. But looks like BG still remains to be on top, but teams are already trailing right behind them, so they cannot really be that complacent. Top 4 teams for Super Weekend Week 1 Day 1 Match 4. We have 12 eliminations coming from Infamous Vieira, 5 eliminations coming from Max, 8 coming from BG. So even though they were eliminated a little bit early, I would say they're still part of the top 3 because of the number of eliminations that they were able to secure. And of course, we have 5 coming from GG.
That's right, and we saw how many fights taking place so far. I thought that, this will be a really good fun for some teams, but they were also caught up in the mix by third-party situations. Infamous Savera Lion is the one that is the MVP of this matchup. Of course, with those astounding numbers of 6 elimination points, as well as 500 over damage, he's been able to have such a major contribution to the team. Overall, I think I've been overly satisfied with their bounce back performance. I honestly didn't even set much of the expectation because we had all these kind of like big stars or rising stars in the form of BG, and also we had like all the other players coming from SPD who's won it before. And we thought that Hyra would be able to cause a dent, but once again, we had that infamous curse of the chicken dinner as well that sees Hyra dropping out rather early on. So we're going to be looking at a momentum breaker as we will shift to Miramar. That will happen shortly. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And here
And
we
we are
go.
back. Oh, there you Looks like we're both excited with this Miramar match right here. So, anyway, we are back here in the PMCL or PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia. And we are here in our match number 5, which is going to be in the map of Miramar, wherein our plane path is in the northern portion of the map, starting off at Campo Militar, ending here in the perimeter of Monte Nuevo.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be causing a little bit of a chaos on where this flight path is going because that's denying a lot of that space over the south side. I think it will still be decent of a stretch for certain teams to be able to somehow reach Chumacero or even Los Leones, but for those who love Puerto Paraiso or even further south into Pafona, it's going to be a little bit harder to do. So I think that there's still a few options left available, so I wouldn't be too concerned just yet onto how these teams will be looking to really traverse across the map. But is there going to be any form of contest for the drop spot since this is their first outing here inside of the map of Miramar as the top 16 will now collide? And inside of Montemillo, we'll take a look at this. NX, they're also floating towards a similar direction, but I believe it won't be too much of a worrisome affair when we see that the team in purple will be moving a little bit deeper in the field, and that's going to be MSI benefiting from doing so.
Definitely. So as you can see, majority of the players are actually outside of the circle right now. So they have to be very quick in terms of gathering all the loots that they need in order for them to be fight back later on by the time that they already have opponents right in front of them. But so far, looks like majority of them have decided to make sure that vehicles are secured first before anything else. Since this is the map of Miramar that we're talking about anyway, it's very difficult to navigate this mount vehicles, and so that's basically just the right decision to do. So we can see GOA um who went for this long drop. As you can see, they have just dropped here near the Ladrillera perimeter, so looks like they will have to jog or sprint towards Ladrillera in order for them to be able to get to their respective dropping point and get all the loots that they will be needing later on.
That's right, and this is just a little bit of a situation where they need to also look for those vehicles as well because they drop into what I would call no man's land, but they definitely will be able to reach out into Chumacera, so it should be all too problematic. Looking at the rest of MSI, I guess I got confused for another team, so it's going to be MSI inside of Picado instead. It's always great to start off in Picado since you can almost reach any side of these fields without too much of a problem. As for the rest of Hyra, they've been able to extend it all the way down over onto Valdemar, so that's definitely pretty interesting. So look at the rest of these other teams. I think that they won't be subscribing into too much of these battles just yet, so we'll have to wait for a little bit of that action later on. So we're going to be looking at the rest of SBD. Now, the Bruneians, they managed to secure themselves a chicken dinner. What do you say about the group stage performance as well? I think they've casted one of the days, but were they also in a hot streak or were they having, some inconsistencies?
Actually, if I remember correctly, during the first day, they were a little bit passive in terms of their approach. So there were a couple of instances wherein I think they were trying their best to be aggressive. So I think they're still trying to look for the right balance between aggression and being passive during the couple of days. But since they were already able to secure a winner-winner chicken dinner with tons of kills, I think they're already successful in finding that balance that they were looking for during the first day. But anyway, so far, as you can see, looks like a possible, or well, I think this is really going to be an engagement as we have G that has decided to take this compound taken by NX. We can already see those damage coming from those mollies that they have thrown. Kazel here is very, I think he's very pinned down as Superboy is just on the other side, waiting for them to push just in case. But he is the only one in this specific house. We're in, looks like the entire squad of GG is going to go after him. And looks like he is unsuccessful in taking out at least one of them. And so he's now out of the game, leaving Superboy onto the other house. But Superboy was able to take down one player, which is Devon. And looks like he is now getting ready with his shotgun to make sure that this becomes a confirmation.
What a flurry of attacks right now. Back and forth. Master DTK is already dropping low. GG looking for this firm hold, a tight grasp. And there we go. Great taps over on the side of Superboy. Cute Loki coming in from the back. I believe he is a little too late to really form a response. And now down towards the situation where it's just one member versus three. But they did manage to call in the cavalry as well. Joji now joining the fight. A little outnumbered, but still manageable for the moment as they drop a big nade. Now down to a 2 versus 2. No escape. He's inside of smoke. They don't really have the views. Astro coming across, and he goes in. Quick DPS, barrels right into the face, and they manage to once again hold down the line and win out against NX.
Ooh, that was a very, very quick one. Though they were able to take down one player. So at least they went out of the game with 1 point, but definitely, not the position that they want to be at right now. Since if we take a look at the leaderboards, currently they are in the top 12. And JOA basically just has the same points as them. But since JOA and well, also MSI and KHI, even Ostra, they all have a shot in terms of pushing them down even further in the leaderboards, and that's just gonna give them like the minimal score for the Super Weekend in any case that this continues. So right now we can see Hyra right here, and just on the other corner, we can also see someone from Key Esports. So looks like Key Esports has decided to take a different direction. So I don't think that there's going to be any possibility for them to have an engagement, at least for the time being. But in any case, that Hyra decides to take the same route as them. Looks like Key Esports is going to get the high grounds here for them to have a better vantage point. That's a possibility for Hyra to take as well. So I guess we'll have to wait and see as to what Hyra decides to do this time around.
Sure enough, CTS though had a really impressive round last match. So as much as I commend them on their efforts, it really seems like the only struggle is to really make it into the late game. In terms of firepower, I do believe that they do have quite a substantial amount to really offer against the rest of the field. Now that they play inside Miramar, one thing that I really want to see out of these players who play in the PMCL is that, you know, I've noticed, from the past couple of seasons that some of these teams, they are still very reliant on CQCs, very reliant on to mid-range battles, but I kind of want to see them adapt into such a manner where they would be able to, be confident on the long range stuff, like pick up a DMR, pick up a sniper from time to time. Might be able to supplement them a little bit on those kind of situations where they need to really look for those long range pickoffs. Now, Circle goes deeper into Valdemar, and this is going to be worrisome. Look at how many teams far on the outskirts. There's even one team all the way into Impala, and I am just absolutely worried for these guys.
Definitely. But as you can see, one player goes down on the side of Key, whereas here on this side, we have WIOF was decided to take this compound. But this is already outside of the zone, so it looks like they will just be getting some loots, and then they will be on their way outside of the play zone. So we can see 3 teams that are outside of the zone right now based on our leaderboard. So we have Max Time to Quick and Infamous Aviera, which got the winner chicken dinner from earlier. Still another battle coming from these 2 teams. I'm not trusting what's going on, but it's YG and Hyra all over again. And if you guys can remember, it's 1-1 between these 2 teams, at least for the first day of the Super Weekend, because Hyra was able to eliminate everyone from YG earlier, but YG did the same thing right after that match. But now in Miramar, let's see as to who will be able to get those points that they need, since they're actually both doing well in terms of the scores, but Hyra currently is ahead of YG if we are to talk about how many points they have already gotten. WIOF still outside, going for that late entry. Let us see as to whether they will be able to come across other teams as well who are planning to do the same thing.
Yeah, it's understandable why that they've been able to kind of meet each other because you know what they say, great minds always think alike. And matter of rotation as well, Hyra, they were the first comers over onto Valdemar, but they are also met with all this aggression coming from MM and GGZ, showing what they've got, securing the first point of this round for themselves. Well, YG up the hillside, they're happy to take claim by just third partying into this location. But they're also receiving it from right down under, so they have to be absolutely careful. Hyra loses one, and GGZ, they take the center field of the city, though. So it will make things a little bit harder for the teams that are going to be late to the picture. Hash now tries to traverse across. Will be able to join his teammates, but the crosshair is good coming from MM. Now lock over the corner of the fence, and this is not any cover for him to really work with. Hyra did not manage to go in for that trade. And now Michi, just in the good time. I mean, he's always been close to him, so shouldn't be a problem for them to go in for revive. As a matter of fact, they've been able to size Hyra down to only 2 members left.
Whew, that was I'm not sure as to what happened right there for Hyra. I mean, he did not really notice that his angle was still very much open from NGGZ. It's a good thing that that was a trade. Otherwise, everyone else could have suffered from NGGZ. But right here we can see Infamous Severa still trying to find a way inside of the zone. Unfortunately for them, they will have to go through 2 teams in order for that to happen. We have Ostja that's just waiting right here. We also have MSI on the other side, assuming to say that they will have to clear their paths in order for them to be able to get inside of the zone. But looks like Ostja has decided to go for the high grounds. Unfortunately for them, MSI is already waiting on top of this hill. So looks like they will have to go over a different route just for them to be able to get it.
Yeah, I really think that overall, that kind of push from Hyra into the church just to regroup was unnecessary as well. I mean, there was plenty of space where he didn't really have to reposition. So I felt like it was kind of a bit of a misread, if you ever ask me, because perhaps they didn't really fully notice that MM's kind of around the corner. But then again, there was that kind of back and forth that so he should have actually taken notice as well. Of course, we move on from that situation as we have MSI taking a firm hold up the hillside. They do actually benefit from the zone shifting towards Chin as well. So we'll have to see if they will be able to find a little bit of that funnel because there are still a few teams over on the outskirts that might be moving the direction. Meanwhile, WIOF got themselves into a very risky position as they were taking on the members of Team Max, but understandably so. Team Max, they don't really have those covers. They're going to be pushing forward. Sure not how long can they actually hold on. They are trying to trade back and forth. And only 2 members remain for the side of Team Max. They managed to turn the tide around as they take out the rest of WIOF. Another dismal performance coming from WIOF, this time walking away with nothing. And BG, they heard all the noise and they got a bird's eye view from the top side of the hill.
This is going to be very difficult for Max, who already have BG waiting for them. And I don't really think that they will be able to escape this easily, given that, just like what you have mentioned, they have a bird's eye view, so they have a really good vantage point. The players of Max are currently bleeding outside of the zone. With the 2 points that they were able to get off of that other team, which is WIOF, I don't really think that it's worth it, given that that was also the start of their demise, because as you can see, looks like they won't be able to get away from this scene, as also very adamant and making sure that they will be able to get the points from Max. But here on the other side, we have Ostra going up against Time to Quick this time, wherein one player goes down for Ostra, and so the rest of the squads are now trying to go for his backup and make sure that he gets the proper cover for not to be able to convert him into points. The other players of Time to Quick looks like they will have to prioritize getting inside of the zone instead of going at it against Ostra. But looks like Miracle will now bleed to death, because we can see that his teammates already left him behind, probably because it's almost impossible for him to still be healed, given that he's currently being surrounded by the players of Ostra.
Yeah, I managed to get a glimpse of the update of the zone as well. GOA, they're in their prime position to really hold inside the compound where the rest of the field are just valleys. So I would think that all they really do need to do is just to defend their ground if any teams were to be dropping towards direction. And I really wonder if this is gonna allow GOA to bounce back. Currently sitting at 12. MSI, however, they've been hugging towards the south side for quite some time. I'm starting to feel a little worried. I mean, they to really receive those intel, and I guess they've been able to retrieve some because support coming from Aja is shooting back at them. Now,
Mhm.
that's gonna be a spot up over the hillside, and that member of GOA, they're gonna be able to really hunker down towards the farmhouse. Rest of Aja Esports on the further end. Now, this is definitely a little bit worrying for those who have been planted deep inside of Valdemar as well. How exactly do they escape the wrath of not only the zone, but the teams that's been surrounding the area? Because Key Sports, they can actually find a little bit more of a firm hold. NGZ is going to be the ones pushing out, though, as they're still maintaining the order, holding the rest of these citizens of Valdemar hostage.
Looks like Max was able to get away from BG, but unfortunately, it was YG that they have come across, and so they're not really very lucky in that regard. Because even though they were able to get away from one team, they were still caught by another one, and so um, it's a little bit concerning because they're already in the second spot. So right now, it's a hard stop for their current points as they're one of the first teams to be eliminated. We have Infos of Vieira still hot from their winner chicken dinner from the last map of Erangel. Currently targeting the players of SBD, and looks like they want to make sure that Timo gets confirmed and so they could get additional points. Unfortunately for SBD, it's actually not just Infamous Zavira that's currently targeting them. We also have BG that's going for that car play, trying to get a good angle off of them. Wrong tried to get onto the vehicle for them to be able to escape, but unfortunately, the bullets of BG were a lot faster than their vehicle, and so he got knocked out. But Infamous Vieira is now here, and they're now ready for that third party situation in order for them to maintain that heat coming off from the previous game.
More and more of all these grenades being tossed out for side of BG. They're looking to close in. Winners of the past round, INXP, hoping to put up a solid defense, but they don't really get a perfect view because of this really high terrain that they've been holding on to. Got themselves just about enough cover, but it is rather risky for both sides. CTS is trailing right behind the members of BG, so they can also come in as a third party. I know now, reluctant to really push forward. A lot of smokes now being deployed just to really deny that vision upon him at the very same time. The update actually pulls a little further deeper into the areas of Valdemar as well, so they can afford to actually step out. Violate the rest of BG, chooses to push forward. Master Ichi comes in with a knock. Yakov fighting even more, and they were just going to be able to just hold down the line with clock still remaining, but he is trying to survive as long as he can. 7 points already for BG. But finally, somebody out there has been able to put the dent, and that's going to be Asia Esports.
Oh my gosh, this is very difficult for Infamous Severe right now. They're actually just very lucky that Ostra was able to get here right on time in order for them to be able to fend off BG. But looks like Osja also knows that there's still someone left on the side of Infamous Vieira. So right here, BG, as you can see, is now going up against Osja, making sure that no one gets eliminated. Unfortunately for them, looks like this is another third-party situation coming from CTS. DOS, who was able to take a knockout on the side of BG, ultimately ruining their defense. Time to Quick is already out of the game, but we can still see on this side that Infamous Vieira is already out as well. So looks like this is just going to be between Osja and BG, and then CTS on the other side trying to go for that third party.
Asia Esports right now wrapping around the wings. They are not allowing BG to cut right through. Absolutely denied of that space. And the blue zone's already closing right in. But thankfully, GOA is on the other side. So this creates a path for BG to move right in. saved by the bell once again, just like certain situations for other squads. But there's also Starboy that's kind of lurked around that deeper end of the hillside. So BG still has to be very, very careful. Hard for them to push towards GOA. Now it's going to be tough with his last stand. Unable to really convert anything at all. It's already 9 points in for BG that has been able to turn aggression into points.
Looks like BG really wants to secure the match point for our match, because as you can see with the 45 points that they have additional 9 points, and it's highly possible for them, if this continues, to get even more points in order for them to make sure that other teams will not be able to catch up with the current score that they have. But looks like SBD is already out as well, which leaves us with the last 9 teams to 28 players left. So we can see that some of the teams are already starting to become very passive in order for them to maintain the headcount that they have. Mix is able to take a knockout on the side of MSI, but unfortunately he was taken down as well. Claire is the only one left, and he's now fighting for his life. But looks like the rest of the squad, or the rest of the members of MSI, is really adamant on taking him out in order for them to make sure that they can secure more points, since MSI has been getting eliminated early in the previous matches.
Big lava grenade towards his direction as well. He is being swarmed by all 3 members of MSI. Claire, not so lucky this time. That bounce through the wall will be able to seek him out. We continue on with the journey. YG seeking for that position directly in the middle, while the rest of BG members are now dealing with this situation where GOA is going out and push, and instantaneously PMCL gets the knock. For a conversion, Play Junior now pushes as well, and they foul Master Ichi.
Oh, it looks like we are down to the last player of BG, wherein we only have Lil Yatka left, but they have already secured 10 elimination points, so this is actually already a lot, so to speak. But looks like he has been found by GOA, and so looks like that is it, I think, for... Oh, no, Lil Yatka is still here. But unfortunately for him, he'll have to go through YG, and there's another squad right there. So looks like he has nowhere else left to go. We'll have to wait in this area, but we have CTS, and so CTS takes that final blow against BG, putting their aggression into a stop. But they went out of the game with 10 elimination points and 1 for placement points.
Rex now catching one member of CTS off guard. GOA is just looking phenomenal in this matchup. They were receiving the center of the zone, and they make good use of it. And now here comes another one. The rest of CTS, they got nowhere else to go. This is an absolute tough situation for them. I mean, take a look at the terrain. They do not benefit at all. And now it's only down to Gull, who's currently looking for a way out. But I don't think that's going to be the case for them, that they will be even making it out live. And GOA, 11 points, topping the charts, even more than what BG has accomplished in this round.
Ooh, looks like someone or their team is really making sure that they can catch up, because now they're currently in the 5th spot, which is really good for them, because those that are on the 1st and 2nd spot are already out of the game. So I mean to say that they can easily catch up this time, especially if they will be able to get the winner chicken dinner. Unfortunately for one of their players, looks like he was out by someone from MSI, and so Pretzel is now getting ready to toss his grenades towards the rest of the members of GOA. So we still have 3 members left right there. MSI going for that card play in order to distract some of the players. Clay Jr. gets taken down by Monboy, but looks like Ella is still ready with all those nades. Monboy goes down as well by a third party from NGGZ, and so they will now have to go for that revive while Pretzel tries to distract the rest of the team.
Clay Jr. PMCL looking to eventually go in for the revive. MSI have strength in numbers. Meanwhile, they kind of funnel into the edge of the zone, but the problem about this situation for GOA is that descending this hillside is going to be a problem. So it's either they try to take a fight up against MSI, or just try to really full send it over onto the outskirts. Both with high potential of risk, but they cannot avoid either or. So the rest of MSI, they're going for a chase up against Ella. Zone now fully benefiting YG, so they will be looking to close this game out. Pretzel now going for the push, and oh, Ella still clutches it. Can he actually hold out up against another two? He does get another knock. But that doesn't matter all too much. MSI can go in for the reset. Now Pikel, is he going to turn around to finish the job? He might consider it, but he's not really having the best of time to be able to rush right through. So he is going to bail out of this situation.
Right, and I think he is very hesitant. And I think that was a fall damage that ended everything for GOA on this match. I saw him slide down, and I guess that was the end of it. I mean, it was such a waste because, I mean, he tried to back out of that battle between them and MSI only to be eliminated because he fell. So that was very unfortunate for GOA, but at least they went out of the game with a lot of elimination points, and obviously they were able to secure a couple of placement points as well. On the other hand, still going on with that battle against Hyra, but this time we have MSI onto the mix as well. But looks like that is the end for Hyra as GZ was able to take them out. Only one elimination point on the side of Hyra, but looks like we have two PH teams, one from Myanmar and one for Cambodia this time. Looks like YG is really suffering as they don't have the most ideal spot right now, and NGZ is just making the most out of the situation, and they're just throwing all those nades towards them, while on the other side we have MSI that's trying to shoot towards them as well. So it looks like that is it on the side of YG. Sandwiched, unfortunately, by two PH teams, but we still have three more teams to go. So let us see as to who will take home the chicken dinner this time.
YG, they got themselves bunched up over onto many openings for every other team to really capitalize. MSI, I do think that they really hold a very solid chances. They have all the high grounds for them to play with. NGZ does not have all too much of that room, so to speak. But Michi will still press forward, looking for Ryman as the zone's also closing right in. That should be just about ample space for the rest of NGZ to be able to push right through. GG, however, stuck over onto the very far corner, and they can't really seem to really get any form of rest out of the situation because Pretzel consistently pressures from the top side of the hill, and this might just be the best chance for MSI to really claim it. They got all these elevated terrains for them to really punish the rest.
Definitely. And Miner, as you can see, he's now getting ready with that nade, trying to go up against Ryman, but Ryman was able to get into his vehicle. Looks like he is going to try to escape. So looks like this isn't really the most ideal for our NGGZ right now. They might go after that last player from GOA, wherein if they can slide down, it's just going to be a fall damage for them. But looks like Ryman is not going to back out, even though we thought that he was going to try to bail out using that vehicle. Miner is taking a lot of damage, ultimately goes down, courtesy of Monboy, and looks like Michi is also suffering as well. Looks like that is it on the side of NGGZ. So this is just going to be a battle between GG and MSI, wherein MSI still has a complete squad and we only have one player left on the side of GG. So it looks like it is a possible GG for them as well.
Yeah, Pretzel, he's got a stun grenade. He's going to lob right down below, and they're feeling super confident that they can close this one out. And after hustling GOA, they found all that room and all the space that they require for them to seize themselves a chicken dinner. They're kind of holding back, allowing a little bit of space for GG to still hunker down to the other spawn to kill. Pretzel now, beautiful shots, and he's looking to connect second, couldn't do so. Now down to Monboy. Is he gonna find it? Yes, he will. Another big win for the Philippines. This MSI is taking over.
Ooh, that was a really good one for MSI, and I think that's a really great comeback coming from all those other matches that they had. A really good control of the situation. I mean, they always say that this is the favorite map of MSI, so I guess it's kind of expected for them to perform really well here on this match. But there were also other teams that showed really great performance, like GOA that had 11 eliminations, and then there was this other team that I could not remember that also got 10 eliminations. So I mean to say that it looks like the elimination points got concentrated on just a couple of teams, though there were a lot of events that we were able to witness as well. Third party after third party situations. I would say that this is one of the fastest paces that we have witnessed so far. And mind you, this is only the first Miramar map of the night, but looks like everyone's on fire. So
Yeah.
looks like everyone really wants to make sure that they get the right amount of aggression for them to get the points, as BG is really dominating so far, and everyone wants to basically just catch up.
Absolutely agree. And we're already getting 5 different winners of the chicken dinner. And now we add MSI to the list as well. Let's take a look at the stats real quick. Plenty of damage coming in from Monboy as well as Pretzel, as they're always leading the charge in order to really convert that into these double-digit numbers. And if we actually calculate, that's a total of 11 eliminations, so they will walk away with a total of 21 points. And just absurd on the amount of damage they actually take as well. That means that they've been able to go on multiple resets or have been able to really stay afloat throughout such an arduous situation where you saw there was that worrying point where MSI was trying to push through Joe, but thankfully managed to really leave unscathed. So let's take a look at it again as we walk through the highlights. MSI securing their big win here inside Miramar, and hopefully that allows them to find that momentum to close out the night in high fashion. GOA, we thought that they've been able to really get a good hold over the high ground, but they were the ones being taken out by MSI themselves. But take a look at this. Within the top 5, there's plenty of those that have been able to secure double digits, and that's a great showing of how aggressive these teams have been able to play out in this match alone.
Definitely. So I'm actually excited for the overall rankings because, as you can see, we have a couple of teams that are really trying to catch up. But taking a look at the second page of our leaderboards for this match, we have CTS, Max, and WIOF all taking 2 points each. And next was 1. And so far, I think this is the match we're in. But this has the most number of teams that did not get any points at all. We have Key Esports, SBD, Infamous Severe, and Time to Quick. And what's very interesting is that SBD and Infamous Severe were able to secure chicken dinners for today, but for the fifth match, they were not even able to get at least one single point. So this is a major setback, especially since it's very important for them to be close to the top, especially since we're talking about the match point for the Smash Rule for tomorrow.
True enough, but of course, there's still plenty of opportunities. And speaking of which, we're having PUBG to now retain that number 1. Myra was being held back inside of the city of Valdemar, was the last that we saw. But the mid pack is where all the action's currently at. I mean, take a look at that. 29, 28, 27. Everybody's neck to neck. It's YG that doesn't seem that to find that kind of rhythm for today. And I'm hoping that eventually they will be able to show up. So I guess there's still a lot more work to be done, but I would still say that it's relatively competitive for a majority of them. But KHI, we've seen some glimpse of brilliance. Sometimes they over-aggress. They are not really finding the great rhythm. They're sitting with 15 points to get alongside with some of the teams that still need to do so much more work in order to catch up.
Definitely. Top four teams for this match. We have MSI, GOA, GG, and NGGZ. And just like what we have mentioned earlier, GOA went out of the game, but they were able to get 11 eliminations in total. Same with the team that got the winner chicken dinner, which is MSI. GG, on the other hand, was able to secure 5 eliminations, and NGGZ got 6. So if you have noticed, GG, they always make sure that they end up in the top 4. They've been very consistent, not only with the elimination points but with the placement points as well, which is really good to see. As for the MVP for this match, we have MSI Monboy with 5 eliminations in total. He was able to inflict 722 damage, only 169 damage taken, a survival time of 27 minutes and 6 seconds, and a team contribution of 40%.
Yeah, just big numbers coming in from the veteran member of MSI. I mean, we've seen Monboy playing in so many different variations of team, and he always delivers. So, mad respect to him for being so potent in this round of Miramar. So, you've mentioned that MSI, they're very well adept when it comes down to the map of Miramar. So there is still one more round to be played. We'll have to see if they can go on a double streak. We'll catch you guys in a matter of moments. Down to our very final match as we dive right into Miramar as we will conclude our Saturday run. Make sure you guys tune in tomorrow as we're going to be implementing Smash rules. And of course, we're hoping to see each team will be holding that top spot to set the benchmark. And that might just be able to propel them to end the day early tomorrow, hopefully. Yeah, this is gonna be a little bit hard for TTQ. I mean, they dropped all the way into Campo Militar, so they will need to quickly book themselves a vehicle in order to really get much more of a leeway into get moving into the zone. Other than that, the rest of GOA, they've been able to really churn out some big elimination points, but despite that though, they were overwhelmed with the presence of those members of MSI. Now with that chicken knitter from MSI, they are tied with team. Shots being fired over onto the side of LKS. And can't help but to really feel for, I believe it was Kel or so, because he was trying to at least leap into the field, but he kind of took too much of fall damage that he could not really get out into really retrieving more of those points. Other than that, I think he's done just about enough. Those were like what 11 eliminations for the side of GOA to also match BG. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I certainly agree with what you just mentioned there because even the likes of NX had a very similar problem. The problem was that when they try to push and then they kind of got maybe a member or two being knocked, they will just hold back all the way, which is unideal. You gotta, if you're really pushing someone, you gotta ensure that you would be able to just close out the fight as fast as you can. But because of them second guessing, then it kind of allows resets to happen. It allows the other teams to really plan accordingly for them to turn the tides around, and that's kind of what they really need to adjust to. That's my opinion, but of course, they could also look back at the VODs by the end of the day and see if they could actually get a little bit more of a better improvement. But where we look at MSI charging right through, they just won a chicken dinner and they are striking down Team Max. Wow, that was super swift coming from my boy. Wow, super explosive. Now down to this very, very tight situation as Monboy needs to win it out against you. Pretzel giving him any information, and just by the info alone, he knows that the innate is inbound. You trying to toss another one though, while he saved Ryman as well. Not gonna be able to do so. Now it's only gonna be Pretzel left. This definitely took quite a substantial amount coming in from MSI, and if they went even further, there's gonna be other teams also moving towards this direction. GOA is in the minimap, but they're not pushing through just yet. And somehow you has gotten enough leeway that he could just go in to pick up Choronai. And here comes Clay Jr. Seeing some shreds, and that deflate is perfect. It slowly burns out the health bar of T-Max as he's looking to close right in. Monboy, can he find the angle? Yes, he does! Still salvage the dire situation. 4 points for MSI. Now, Queen Toyo, I truly believe that there's just something about the chicken dinner. Once you secure it, you won't be able to hold for far too long. It really seemed to be the trend today, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
if you secure a chicken dinner, you better be a little bit more wary. I mean, whoever is going to be closing out this round, because I don't know if it does extend to tomorrow, the so-called curse. Hopefully not the case. Now, as we
Mm-hmm.
continue on, a lot of all these teams, they were hoping that the circle moves into Val de Mar, but once more, it is a replication of what we saw early on, this time pulling in between Los Leones as well as the high ground over onto the corners of Chibacera. And YG scaling up the hillside to meet up with the rest of NX. And beautiful timing for Manat to be able to really pop it. And it's 32 points looking for Superboy now charging right through. But dancing all around, trying to wiggle for any form of jostle control. Murnat secures a beautiful knock. And that will be just about enough for YG to go on the recovery.
We see someone from Key now getting eliminated, so looks like that's going to be another problem for them as they are now left with just one player. They were able to secure 2 eliminations after all, so whoever is left will just have to make sure that he stays quiet so as not to draw attention to himself. We can see NGGZ right here, probably just looking for a good for them to take in order for them to have a good vantage point against other teams. So far, they're still outside of the zone and they're trying to get in as safely as they can. But it's a good thing that based on the map, looks like we don't have anyone on that exact spot they're trying to take. But looks like BG is on to another battle, this time with GOA. They have one player down on the side of GOA, and Lil Yatka is trying to make sure that those bullets would connect against the players of GOA. But unfortunately, that one player right there was able to get away, and looks like Ella was not so successful after all because, as you can see, he's now eliminated.
Yeah. Just love how cleanly the execution falls right into place for the side of BG. Joe A also feeling hesitant after, hearing a couple of shots, and they know that the fight has been concluded. Just about enough time as well if any casualties were to happen for a reset. So Joe A is looking for deeper alternatives to be moving towards the opposite direction. There's also a drive-by coming from the member of INFE. So they're just going to be firmly planting themselves over onto these compounds, safe from harm's way. Exact spot as to where they were actually holding out over onto the course of the last round. except for the fact that later they would move into the farmhouse instead.
Mhm.
But INFA, we just gotta see if they will once again pull out another win. Last one back inside of Erangel, and they've secured it very convincingly.
Mhm.
The rest of the other teams right now still struggling to actually make some space. One such example is currently TTQ inside of the blue zone, as they are hoping that the space is being cleared up. SBD is the one holding them back, so they will try to traverse over on the south side. And even by doing so, there's still Asia Esports and INFA that's waiting around the edges of the circle.
Definitely. So I think it's the same as the previous matches we're in. No one really wants to get in the middle of the zone so as not to get sandwiched by other teams. And so some of them are going for that late entry in order to make sure that they're probably just going to go on a third party situation, which is very tricky because sometimes instead of getting into a third party situation, what happens, gate kept by
Mhm.
other teams. So it's, I mean, they have to be very well aware of their surroundings. Everything needs to be calculated in terms of getting in. They need to have that good anticipation as to where the enemies would come from. But right now, as you can see, we have CTS right next to, basically, this is Chumacera, and they're very, very quiet. You can see not drawing attention to themselves. They've probably heard the gunshot here, but they still decided to take this compound or these buildings right here. And they're probably just going to wait it out until someone decides to push towards them.
There's a little bit of calm before the storm right now. CTS, they don't really have to do too much. I mean, Chubasera is a really good place to actually hold out for the meantime. There is still a couple of glimpses of that member of BG up the hillside, so that is why they're being held back ever so slightly. The rest of Hyra, now cutting across, I don't think that they've spotted out the rest of TQ just yet. Miracle now has a hunch, and it's kind of driving towards this direction as well, so the rest of TQ can actually go in for a full wraparound. And now Miracle getting charged right through, but he still has some backup coming to us from the alternate angle up towards the hill. We'll be able to secure it very, very easily. But by doing so, he's also attracting a little bit of attention. These guys are just having a really hard time, including Hyra, who's hoping to secure the house, but it's still a very big turn into the blue zone as they're hoping that they could actually seize more opportunities by wrapping into the far west or even the northern area.
Definitely. As for your time to cook right here, I don't really think that this is a very ideal position for them to take. But this is already right inside of the zone. We can't really blame them because just like what we have mentioned earlier, it's very difficult to be right in the middle of the zone right away because a lot of teams would have their eyes on you. And if we take a look at the circle right now, it's actually BG that's right in the middle. Same goes for CTS. Looks like it's a really good anticipation of the zone on the side of CTS, as the buildings that they have decided to take is basically right in the middle. They have enough cover, so if anyone else tries to their spot, it's not really going to be very easy for them. As for Infamous, they're currently outside of the zone. Possible engagement between them and GOA, so they have to be very, very careful. But right now, it looks like they're just scouting for their surrounding, making sure that whichever pass or whichever make it's going to be safe for them to actually get inside of the zone.
Sure enough, the rest of TTQ, it seems like they will just go in for more and more of those fights. Last round, they did manage to secure quite a number by doing so. Asia Esports kind of split apart, Fern soaking a lot of the damage. Goes back over on the vehicle. I believe that they're not hoping to be clipped up, so they will just stray further away. TTQ may miss out on this opportunity. While the rest of Asia Esports, they got a lot of space to work with, but then again, they're already firing shots over on the open grounds. Master Smile from Yangon Galacticos finding a catch, and somehow Hyra didn't manage to actually get all too much done round. It was a good attempt coming from the side of Jet to be able to just blow them up over the vehicles. And the rest of YG getting a great glimpse all across these valleys. TTQ now. They're going for a push, and they walk right into those members of Burmese goals, making it pretty much easy peasy for Yatka.
Actually, it's very difficult for the other team to catch up this time because, as you can see, those that are on the second to fifth spots are no longer part of the game. So it's just BG that's going to be able to farm all the points that they need in order for them to make sure that no one catches up in terms of their score, and they will be able to set the match point that's needed for tomorrow's match rule without having any difficulties at all. So far, YG looks like they have now started to become more comfortable with their aggression once again. They now have 4 elimination points. So far with the circle that we have, still quite tricky as a lot of them are lingering just right at the corner or right at the edge of the circle. Still the same strategy, I would say, we're in. They really want to make sure that they are safe before anything else. But GOA, as you can see, very difficult spot, really good vantage point for BG, and so it looks like it's gonna be very tricky for them to actually cross. And as you can see, slowly to take down 2 players. Those were moving targets that he was able to take down, mind you.
Yeah, just beautiful sprays from his AUG, and Burmese goals really love planting themselves into all these vital spots to really get those bird's eye view elevation. And my, another 4 added points. Like you said, without the presence of the top 2 to the top 5, so realistically, it's really down to either NGGZ or Yangon Galactico to try to secure a chicken dinner with double-digit eliminations in order to really get close. I would say get close, because to top that number, it's almost close to impossible. But hey, we've seen miracles happen. But BG, they're adding more to their list. It's already 5 points as they take 1 more. Master Mount now knocking over the members of Burmese goals as well. So this is the Myanmar derby that we're looking at. Infamous now is being stuck in between, and the days are prime right over on the corner of Issei. It's just a very difficult situation. And now here comes the push upwards from the side of YG to double down on this effort. They identified that this is BG that they're dealing with.
Infamous, as you can see, they really can't do much given the angle that they have right now. And so, just like what happened during the previous match, they're actually saved by another team because now YG is here. So I mean to say that the attention of BG is going to be diverted into this team. So it's going to give them safety, well, for a short span. But unfortunately for them, looks like YG is now targeting them instead of targeting BG. A lot of nades getting tossed around where they are right now. They're trying to do the same thing, but given the small space that they have, I think there's a bigger chance for YG to actually eliminate them through those nades.
Yeah, a little bit of added pressure right now. The nades being exchanged, and Infamous, they are blindsided by their own smoke, so they cannot afford to trade back. Murnat closes to find another one. 6 points already from side of Yangon Galacticos, and are they going to be able to push right through? Kid is just trying to find any form of leeway. I'm sorry, he's actually Claude. My screen's getting a little pixelated, but Claude, he tries to formulate an exchange, but it is still YG that reigns supreme.
Unfortunately for Infamous, that was the last member. So I mean to say that they're now out of the game as well. We are down to the last 9 teams, so 29 players still alive. Currently on our screen, we can see Osja and SBD. And as you can see, Starboy is just tossing around those nades, but he was able to take down 1 player on the side of Osja as Fern goes down. Let us see as to what Osja will try to do this time around. Starboy goes down as well. That leaves us with 2 members of SBD, but unfortunately looks like they will now succumb to death through Osja, but due to third-party situations, because WIOF is also trying to target them, Osja is also struggling to go up against SBD, and Bear is making sure that he's gonna take down 1 other member of Osja with him, and so support is all eliminated. But unfortunately for him, looks like that point did not count towards him. I think it was a KS coming from WIOF.
Yeah, all these teams are definitely looking to snatch some points away while these 2 teams battle it all out. WIOF, they got that perfect angle with the nade. by YOLOs to just deny any more advancement coming from the side of Esports. The battle continues. 6 more teams remain. 9 points already for the side of Yangon Galacticos. And now we will see whether it's going to be that El Clasico between YG as well as Burmese Goals. BG only down to 2 members remaining. And the circle favors YG as well over the south side. Can't be too sure as to what NGGZ can actually do because they're over onto the far western corner of the map, but they do have the high grounds for the time being. Eventually, they will have to scale down. Meanwhile, WIOF, after that fight, they lick their wounds, but the problem is, if they turn either side of the direction, they will be met with a squad ready to take them on.
Definitely. As for CTS, I think they already have a good spot based on what we talked about earlier. I mean, the zone is also in favor of them. They have really great cover right here. But the problem there is that it's a double-edged sword. So I mean to say that they can only get minimal elimination points because they don't really have to move. And they basically just have to wait for an oval for other teams. But the problem there is that other teams obviously would make sure that they are covered so as not to be attacked by CTS. Here on this side, we have NGGZ. As expected, it's going to be a battle between them and YG. One player already went down, and that is MM, but we still have Minor and Jarrell right here. Minor goes down as well because of that nade. So meaning to say that looks like this is going to be a struggle for them. YG now unstoppable with all those stand eliminations. That is as to what Michi will do. As you can see, Jarrell goes down as well. Michi's the last man standing with very minimal HP, and looks like that is it on the side of NGGZ, and YG is dominating the battlefield once again with those 13 elimination points.
Wow, just astounding. Yangon Galacticos is absolutely taking over this round. 13 points already. And they are still holding on. Still ample space played out. CTS somehow had one member being knocked. I believe that was a little bit of an aggression being displayed either from WIOF or even Burmese Goals. They go on the reset. But now, what to do with the spaces? You see, everywhere they step, they're going to be met with the wrath of Yangon Galacticos. They got the entire field covered.
Definitely, and Master Smile, ooh, looks like he overpeaked, and unfortunately he down. It looks like there's a lot of chance for them to actually go for that revive, but looks like Jax was able to take down Smile as well. Was that the nomination? Yeah, I think looks like that is it for Smile. We still have 3 remaining players for YG. Still a very good vantage point. They just have to be able in order for them to make sure that they will not be seen by other teams. We have Master Itchy right here. He's the only one left, so he can't really be very aggressive anymore. So all he does is to basically just take shelter from all these vehicles that have already exploded. He has his utilities so that he can continue being concealed from the vision of other teams. WIOF, as you can see, looks like they're the next target of YG. YG really out for blood, as you can see, and looks like WIOF is now currently struggling because of all the nades that are currently being tossed towards their...
Yeah, Sin, he's got nowhere else to go. The rest of his members are nowhere close inside. Yangon Galacticos still out for blood as they're going to be hunting them out. Meanwhile, the push comes through from the side of CTS. Cole drops the net grenade, now connecting towards the side of YOLO. The rest of CTS are also looking to close right in. Romeo, boy, he's going to be out there in the field, peeking from the high level areas, but that grenade finally connects. Pool's going to be able to take that point for CTS. But it's already 16. Now, regardless of the situation, I feel like Yangon Galacticos is going to be out there to contest against BG, who thinks that they're comfortably sitting at the top. Nuh-uh-uh. If YG takes out everybody in this list, they might just be number 1.
Definitely. I think right now what BG is trying to do is get as much points as they can for the placement, because obviously it's going to be close to impossible for them to be aggressive and try to take it out against other teams. Actually, no one has noticed, but we have one player left on the side of T Esports, and he has been staying here for the longest time, just basically watching everyone else from afar. and doing the same thing. So it looks like this is going to be a battle between YG and CTS before anything else, because obviously Key and BG will not be doing much anymore since they're all alone. So it's going to be between these two full squads, and then they're just going to have to look for these two other players coming from two other teams.
Yeah, they just make it seem like it's a walk in the park right now. But eventually they will be denied of that space because they need to ensure that they get everybody else before they need to descend out of this very high terrain. And the problem right now is that they're also being held back by the rest of CTS. So Mernat is trying his best to create that space. But CTS, you can see that there's two other members on the far side holding him back. Those grenades does a little bit of a chip damage towards Cool, but Mernat is currently being pinned. And that they once again fall short. Mernat is pinched out of that area. He cannot afford to leave. The moment he steps out of line, it's going to be Rex there to connect a couple of other shots. But he does have the smoke. So with that smoke, he should be able to actually run off. But how more time can he actually buy? The rest of YG needs to actually help him out. But I believe they got all their hands tied.
Definitely. This is very difficult for CTS because even though someone's covering for Cool, someone's also covering for Murnok. So it's actually a fair game for both teams. And the thing here is that YG has a better vantage point compared to CTS. So when it comes to the position, I would say that YG really has the upper hand right now. So CTS Cool remained in his position since Murnok has decided to basically get off of where he was right now. Key Claire has been spotted by the other teams, and so he's not really safe anymore. And I think the best way to go for Key Esports right now is, well, unless he still has utilities, which he doesn't have anymore, I think it's just best for him to go for a denial of point. Because I think it's going to be close to impossible for him to get inside of the play zone without being spotted, especially since YG is, trying to make sure that they know whether he is already going to go out of that shack as to where he's currently hiding right now.
Perhaps there's going to be a moment where he can go for a last stand as well, because we could see that the two members of CTS is also stuck by that very corner. So, like I said, the point denial can actually be used perfectly in this instance, but they are making a run out in the field. So YG, they're happy to claim and have it all right now. 18 points. This is by far the most points that we're seeing here in the PMCL weekend.
Oh my gosh. I think this is going to be a secured win for YG if we are talking about the numbers. It's always a numbers game by the end of the day. And YG is now going at it against BG. Master Itchy, let's see as to whether he's going to play second. But unfortunately for him, he was spotted first. Cool is the only one left. So this is going to be a 1v3 situation wherein YG is now getting very aggressive. Looks like he's not going to allow him to deny those points. And so they're now going for that push, making sure that he gets eliminated. But I'm not quite sure as to whether he was taken by the zone. But as expected, this final match has been taken by none other than YG, proving that they are the Esports World Cup champions.
The champion strikes back, and for a long time throughout the span of the matches today, fans were looking a little bit worried because they didn't really see YG going on a streak just like how they did in the group stages. But don't worry, guys. This is a 30-point bomb. 20 elimination points from the Galactic Yangon Galacticos. And just like that, they will surge all the way to the top two or even potentially a top one finish.
So we'll just have to wait for the match rankings and, of course, our overall rankings for today, because later on we will get to identify as to what the match point is for tomorrow's Smash Rules. So again, for tomorrow, we have to expect, well, worst case scenario, we'll have 8 matches for tomorrow, but it is highly possible for whoever tops the leaderboards for tonight to finish the match as early as match 2, in any case that they reach the match point, which is 10 additional points from the points that they will be getting for today, and of course ultimately securing a chicken dinner onto the succeeding game. So that happened before on the previous split. Let's see as to whether that's going to happen again for the split, but basically it's a waiting game for everyone to see what the match point is going to be.
That's right. Now let's take a glimpse at this monstrosity of a team. 6 points from Romeo as well as Smile, while Murnet coming in close with 5. Say Cloud, he's also been able to offer some significant damage, but Murnet, look at those big numbers, 1,231. I really feel that this really is a team that is so well-rounded. Like, it is baffling on
Definitely.
how they've been able to really benefit from that high ground where they were absolutely uncontested. And even before that, there were a couple of teams that were trying to also make certain challenges. They did not stand for all too long against a prime YG who's been working so hard in this match in order for them to have such a solid shot to close out the Super Weekend tomorrow with the Smash rule.
Definitely. But let's go ahead and take a look at the highlights that we have before we check out the stats for this match.
Yangon Galacticos with a massive 29-pointer to keep the race running for themselves, and they're hoping to top it up for tomorrow as well under Smash rules. BG had Master Ichi to survive to the tail end to still rack in a total of 12 points in total, whereas we've seen big numbers in those rounds of Miramar, and I'm excited to once again go back into this map for tomorrow. And going into the rest of the field, I think they've been able to draw decent exchanges, but it was a very difficult terrain for everybody to work with.
Definitely. I think it was one of the trickiest circles that we've had, our final circle. It's just really good anticipation coming from YG that they were able to take that high grounds right away. And so, just like what you have mentioned earlier, it was very uncontestable for other teams to basically penetrate the defense that they have. But if we take a look at the leaderboard now, as you can see, Infamous Viera and Hyra both secured winner chicken dinners for today, but they did not earn any points at all for this match. For the overall rankings, looks like it's still BG on top of our leaderboards with 68 total points, followed by YG with 58. So it looks like they fell short since they have a lot of good matches for the previous matches. MSI was able to take the third spot with 40 points, Max with 39, Hyro with 38, and GGC with 37, GG with 35. And on to the 8th spot, we have GOA with 29.
That's right. Meanwhile, for the rest of the field, it is still very close in proximity for CTS as well as CTQ. They're both tied with 28 points. 26 for 3 teams, SBD, INXV, as well as Asia Esports. And even, I would dare say, WIOF, KHI would still actually stand a chance for tomorrow. And next, though, they've been in the slump, only 17 points at the very bottom. But, you know, that last round, I could talk for it for days. I mean, Yangon Galacticos is just so efficient. You give them any form of advantage, whether it's terrains, they will really abuse all the advantages that is being given to them. with a total of 3,388 points of damage. You can see that even BG could not even do half of what they did. Well, actually, I might have math wrong. That's probably a little more than half from the side of BG as well. So that being said, though, I mean, elimination-wise, who can top this 19-point run set by YG, and is also all thanks to Smile, who's been able to really set the tempo right for them to get this big chicken dinner.
Exactly. And he is IGL after all, so he's basically the brains behind the operation. So he has 6 eliminations, 1,167 for the damage, only 343 damage taken. Unfortunately for him, he was actually claimed by CTS. 22 minutes of survival time and a team contribution of 25%. So that's basically it for today. So definitely a good run for some of the teams, most especially BG has shown great consistency across all games, because I mean, for the last match, even though there was just one guy left, really made sure that he's gonna wait it out up until the final circle so that he can get as much placement points as he can.
Yeah, what a day it was. I mean, we've got so many different winners for the chicken dinner for today. And it goes to show that all these teams, they did their preparation work throughout the span of a night's time. And of course, they're looking to power through tomorrow. And if you're looking for more power, look no further than to equip yourselves with the latest phones coming in from Tecno, because with the Tecno Pova 7 Ultra 5G, you can dominate the competition. This is built for winners. They've got the AMOLED displays, the long battery life, as well as fast charge to keep you up to speed, and of course, earn yourself that chicken dinner. So make sure, if you guys are looking for that upgrade, look no further than Tecno's Pova 7 Ultra.
Definitely. So this event wouldn't be possible without them. And of course, we already have the super smooth graphics available in version 4.0. This would help you keep playing longer. And as you can see, it would really help you out in terms of those of you that are struggling when it comes to your phones overheating. And at the same time, it's actually being promoted because of better frame rate. So I have personally experienced this. I have this on, and I can definitely vouch for it. And of course, we also have the PUBG Mobile 4.0 Spooky Soiree. So this is the latest event that we have for classic matches. Definitely fun. We have the voice changer feature on when a damage. So I can say that this is one of the best updates that we have today.
That's right. And of course, there is one that you guys have been anticipating, and that is the G-Dragon collaboration. If you guys play on the PC counterpart, it's already available. For PUBG Mobile, you guys will have to check it out on next Thursday. And that's not too long, so better go top up your coins, because there's just so much that you don't want to miss out. So that being said, we've already concluded all the matches for today, but make sure you guys are subscribed to all of our social media platforms, because we will be having our smash rule implemented for tomorrow. Potential of 8 games, but if anyone smashes it early, we'll end the night early. So Queen Toyo, any last words before we call it a day?
That's basically it for me. Just make sure, just like what you have mentioned, make sure to follow all our social media pages so that you are updated for tournaments. Aside from PMCL, we also have PMSL that's ongoing, and if I'm not mistaken, you're also casting for PMSL, am I correct?
Yeah, pretty much so. And of course, that being said, it's been a long night. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night.